Three, two, one, and we can transfer over.
Hello!
Hello, and welcome to another episode of our Curse of Strahd Aviendahl campaign. There has been very little Strahd and very little cursing, except for when we got a goat so far in our series, but that's neither here nor there. Today, I'd like to just quickly before we begin, we're going to go through who we are, just people who don't know. If you're a new listener, thank you very much for coming in. If you're not, thank you very much for coming back. And so we're going to, let's just quickly introduce ourselves. We'll introduce who's not here as well, and then we'll just say a quick thank you to the people who make this possible. So my name is Xanny. I am Storm Meeple. I am your dungeon master for today. I've been DMing for about 4 years, and this is my second major campaign, my first homebrew campaign, and we're having quite a lot of fun with it so far. Next up, we have Kitten.
Hello, I'm Kitten. I'm playing Charon, a Warforged Grave Cleric. I have to admit, the original idea I had for his character is already changing, which is, typical in a D&D, like same with your... Oh, this is going to be my brain tonight. I'm so sorry. But yeah, so he's a I don't know. I don't know his character now, like his personality at least. So I'm now learning. He's a little bit more quiet, a little bit more reserved, and a lot more thoughtful about things than I had expected him to. Pronouns he and they. And yeah, that's my Charon.
Fantastic. Next up, we have Nick.
The name's Nick, playing your party's friendly divine soul sorcerer, looking to get my hands on some higher level spells so we can finally start slinging those twin spell metamagics.
Next up we have Luea.
Hello, I'm Luea. I am playing KENARI, who is a Dragonborn Ranger, and just the sweet, angsty ball of silence that she is.
And lastly but not leastly, we have Casey.
Hello, I am Casey. I will be playing William, the Life Cleric, and
Ooh.
I am just hoping to survive these wolves.
1 second. So sorry, Casey. I'm going to have to ask you to repeat because I think that I hit a hotkey by accident. Can you just repeat that? Sorry.
Okay, I am Casey. I will be playing William, the Life Cleric, and I am just hoping to survive these wolves right now.
All right, fantastic. So let's, before we continue, just to quickly say thank you very much to all of those of you who are supporting us and being such wonderful people coming in week after week, and also to also supporting us in other ways as well. Thank you to our Twitch subscribers, Plutonium OD, who is on his 3rd month now subscribing with us. Also, Bob, who's on his 2nd month subscribing with us. Thank you very much to both of you. Sonic Boom, that's Sonic B00M111. Here, Sonic Boom 111. And also today, thank you very much to our own Casey for subscribing to the channel. Thank you so much. Also to say thank you to...
problem.
Oh, sorry. Yes. I keep forgetting that I'm actually talking to people who are with us. I can't take my cues. Also, can I just say a quick thanks you to our Patreon supporters? That's Basis of Operations, who's also known as Base, one of our old players who used to be with us, also known as Will to his friends. We also have thank you to Gavin, that's Plutonium, again, who's also a Patreon supporter, to Kevin, also known as Kellum, who was one of our players until he unfortunately had to leave the series because of work, but he's also a Patreon supporter for us, and Luea, who I did not know was a Patreon supporter until right now, but thank you very much, Luea, for supporting us on Patreon. I think you might have mentioned it, but I think everything but measuring desks to make sure they're 1.5 meters apart has left my brain this week. Yes. At one point, our head teacher was talking about getting those plastic screens halfway down the classroom. And I was sitting there going, "Oh my god!"
Oh, yikes.
But no, apparently everything's hunky dunky. moment, so we're all okay. All teachers tested negative COVID, so that's great. We're all healthy until the kids get back, and we'll all die. Not literally, just because the kids will just bring whatever horrible normal diseases that they normally have back with them. I love being a teacher. I do not love the colds that come with it. Anyway, so let's quickly talk about just a few things before we begin for our new listeners, our new players, our new watchers, whatever. So about how we play the game, we use a few things in here, a few of our sort of optional rules that we've included in the game. First of all, we have probably the most notable, which is our Cardic Inspiration. Cardic Inspiration basically works like an inspiration that every player is given at the beginning of each round. Everybody receives a card, and that card's value can be added to a roll or a skill check at any point during the game. It's a bit of fun, so people to represent our characters having like a burst of extra energy, or maybe one of the gods intervening on their behalf. Ironically, I also get Cardic Inspiration, which can be used by our viewers in the chat to make things a little bit worse for our players, in a bad twist of fate, or maybe an evil, malign presence influencing things. Strahd, from the background. So everybody receives a card, which I'm going to deal to all players now, and they can use at any point. But I will be using my card exclusively when the people interfering in our chat decide it's appropriate. Yeah. If no one is around, then of course I'll be probably making that decision myself. Let's we also use a couple of other things in our game, a little bit different. Optional rules that some people use. We are using the lingering injuries table. Basically, when someone takes a critical hit, or their HP drops down to 0 hit points, but they're not killed outright, or if they fail their death saving throw by a large amount, then possibly they have received a lingering injury. This could be something like losing an eye, maybe even losing a hand, some sort of internal injuries, disgustingly horrible scars, and suppurating, festering wounds. You know, all those lovely things that just make it a bit easier for the hordes of the undead to drag you down.
Thanks for that.
We will also be using the massive damage table. That's basically when the creature takes from a single source equal to half its hit point maximum. If they con check, if they fail, then they go into system shock, which means they can be dropped to 0 hit points, or they can't take reactions, etc. So those are two of the optional rules that will be being used in this game as well. Health potions require a full action to use, not half action, as is some house rules. Because we tried it, but because of just basically our life cleric can pop out berries which get people up in seconds, because clever use of the variant human feat, which has made his good berries basically like the berry juice from Asterix and Obelix. The magic potion, getting them back on their feet in no short fashion. We're definitely going to be sticking with the full action rule. The full action normal rule for health potions. Mm-hmm. So let's have a quick recap as to where we were in the last session. In the last session, you were undertaking a quest for Granny Atmos, who is a druid/witch who lives in the city of Manather, in return for a very, very good price on a shield. What was the shield called? It's a shield of...
it was a sentinel shield.
The sentinel shield for William. The group is now obligated to assist her with a problem that's been ongoing for some time. There are wolves that have managed to take up residence in the Grove. This is like an sort of an urban forest that exists inside Manather, the city. For some reason, there are some quite strange things about this. For example, we've already uncovered that those wolves, the amount of wolves, seem far too large for such a small forest to live in, and also they seem to be attacking or raiding local farms and mills and taking livestock, etc., away and causing a lot of trouble for the people of Mammoth. So Granny Atmos has tasked you with going in to sort these wolves out. You travelled through the forest where you encountered a pair of owlbears, both of them rather injured from their fights from what looked to be like wolf attacks, but also from blades and things like that, which seemed a bit strange at the time. Through some clever role play, Kenari was able to convince one of the owlbears to leave after throwing a haunch of dead goat that she'd been carrying around to tempt the wolves. And the owlbear had decided to take that and walked away after quite a lot of animal handling checks and careful maneuvering. The rest of the team then also handled the other owlbear, which had charged in rage and attacked Artie. Directly after that, we basically ended the session with our group, where they are currently now. They managed to find the wolves' den, but something was very strange about it. The wolves themselves appeared to be wearing brightly coloured cloth and other decorations on their limbs and necks. The wolves are sitting around a fire. And have made a den in a cave system on the edge of the woods. You can see the cave is roughly the entrance is roughly 10 feet wide, 10 feet tall at its highest point, set into a low cliff of grey stone. You can also see a plume of smoke that appears to be coming from a point on the hill above the cliff, about 30 feet back from the cave entrance. There were about 6 wolves milling around the entrance. Some of them seem to be working around improving this fence and traps, which are all around, quite crudely made, but effective nonetheless around the outskirts of the den. And then, just as you managed to do that, basically 2 very large wolves made their way out of the den and settled in front of the fire and began to speak in the common tongue. And that's where we ended the last session. So before we continue, let's just see where we are on the map. Have we got our character tokens on the map at the moment?
No, I was going to ask you where we were coming from, left or right.
So basically, you're coming from the woods, so you can be anywhere along that
centre bottom
section. Yeah, I would suggest probably being a bit further away, Zariel, because otherwise you're like within 5 feet of one of the wolves, which might, make it quite difficult.
Where exactly are
Yeah, about there. That sounds that looks good. Where you guys are. I'm going to just quickly shrink people down. I'm going to shrink people down quickly. Kenari, stop moving!
I was moving out of the way. Give you a better option so when you shrink me down, you don't lose me behind someone.
That worked, Kenari.
I'm trying to be helpful. I'm trying to be helpful, man.
You're trying to be helpful.
Kenari, could you please
there we go.
Switch your profile, or is this your new profile for Kenari?
What?
In row 20.
What am I
Bottom
switching?
left. Never mind.
What? I'm so confused.
Is that because of Kenari's profile picture?
Yeah,
the sunglasses.
the lolly with the sunglasses.
Oh no, that's my profile picture. I normally just have the names up, so I was so confused onto what you were talking about. I can go change that, but I'd have to. I can change that, but I have to leave the game to change that. So.
You can do it underneath. Oh yeah, go on. Mm-hmm.
If you go to your bottom left, to the chat bottom left, there is a tab which will allow you to select, to type as yourself or as your character. If you select your character, your profile picture will change.
Okay. Just so everybody know, I've got a bit of a problem because I don't have Timus's character sheet. It's not filled in on Roll20. It is all on D&D Beyond, and he hasn't given it to me. so I don't actually have to. So this will probably be staying back for the moment. I don't know what to do with him. Okay, so Timus, I'm gonna basically just be picking a cantrip for him and using it over and over again. That's all I can do. I can't remember which spells he's used and how many spell slots he has left. So
does he not have a Roll20 sheet, or is it on
no,
D&D Beyond?
it's all on D&D Beyond. I don't have Roll20 for him, unfortunately.
You can use the Apprentice Wizard stat block as
That's a good idea. I will use the Apprentice Wizard stat block. That's a very good idea. Thank you. I will use that. So basically, for this one game alone, he will count as an Apprentice Wizard NPC.
Cool.
Who has I'll double his hit points because it's level 2, and that was basically what I can do it for him.
Next game probably just
Remember,
asks the
he
same.
has 18.
Sorry,
By memory, he has 18 HP.
but that would double it anyway, so that's fine.
Okay.
Awesome. And so 1, 2, 3 spells. Yeah, I'll give him an extra spell slot, so he's got the 3 spell slots. Did he cast anything in the last round? Do you remember?
Chromatic Orb.
So he did cast. So he has 2 spells. Okay, so that basically gives Peter Prince Wizard then. All right, so as you come into the clearing, basically, as you stay in the clearing and you see these 2 large wolves, one which is sort of like dark, thunderous grey, black with spiky fur, and another which seems to be almost like a blue/white color. You can actually hear this rumbling conversation start to sort of go back and forth over the campfire for these 2 individuals. You can see that the black wolf seems to be very frustrated. He's pacing back and forth around the fire, and sort of almost like a predator getting ready to stalk his prey. Whereas the other wolf, the white and blue wolf, seems to be sort of more composed, more calm, and more gentle in how she speaks. You can hear that the blackbird wolf is snarling and spitting. Old woman watching nose. We need to not be messed with. Just start killing the city folk and the house. We should take out the growth bone. Only then will we have the strong position we need to make all of the cities listen to us and grant us the space that we need. The other one seems to be again more soft, feminine. She gets such behavior only regression. More small scale race. Prove to them that we are confident and that we are our presence now. Then we send an emissary to the city and ask them for their help in returning us to the wilderness. Only magic two-leg users, magic users can help us find a way home. And basically, this conversation keeps going back and forth, and it seems like some of the wolves are they howl in agreement with one. Some of the other wolves seem to be in the white third wolf's camp, and this conversation goes back and forth until it goes on for about 5 minutes. For about 10 minutes, and then after that, it seems like they come sort of almost like a stalemate again, and the two large wolves start to move back towards the entrance of the main cave complex. What do you want? So they sort of pad inside and vanish into the dark. What would you like to do?
Well, first I would like to heal ZARRIEL.
Okay.
Thank you very
At the
much.
end of the last session. I'm going to put my hand over my chest and put my hand on his shoulder. what is it called? Channel Divinity for Preserve Life. I will post that. And I will put healing onto ZARRIEL.
Thank you.
Sorry if I cut out. Is it sounding better now?
It
When
is. You fixed it.
Yeah, when you were doing the voices, you were cutting in a bit and out, but I got the gist of it. I don't know if the others did.
No,
yeah,
I didn't
Yeah,
really.
I got it too.
Okay, so just to, I'll try and repeat a little bit. I'll be a bit more careful with what I was saying. Basically, the black furred wolf says to the white furred wolf across the fire. Basically says that he mentions eyes in the woods. The mysterious old lady who appears to be watching us closely. We need to be more aggressive. Scare her off. We need to kill some more of the city. The halflings. Stake out the grove as our own. We need a strong negotiating position with the city pack leaders. Did that come through better?
Yeah.
Much
Yes.
better.
Perfect. And the other one, did you hear what she said?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, they have gone back into the cave. You can still see that. You can still kind of hear this loud argument going on. Still, they come to a stalemate, but they still seem to be sniping at each other in the cave. By the way, just to let everybody know, I'm sorry my camera's not on. I'm being very lazy. I'm not wearing. I'm wearing pajamas, and I'm not wearing proper clothing, and I'm just having a lazy evening tonight. So I'm not on camera. So, what would you like to do? We have. How much did we heal up, ZARRIEL?
It's half HP, and is how much is it? Invoking energy number of hit points equal to 5 times your cleric level, so he can 10 HP. I regain 6. I regain 8 point. Yeah, I regain up to 8 half HP. I regain.
Okay.
And that's 6 HP on me. If anybody else is hurt, you can still divide them amongst them. But I think
Is anybody else below half HP?
I'm full.
Oh, okay. I read this wrong. Can I not? I can heal them above their half limit, and just no more than half its limit.
No more than half the limit.
Okay, so if they're like above, if they're still like a little bit hurt, but just barely, I can heal them as long as I don't go over half their limit. Okay. Is anybody else looking in damage? If I look around.
Not for me. I look pretty swanky.
No, KENARI is at full health.
Okay.
I will read my last good berry, bringing me up to 12.
Okay.
All right. In that case, I'm going to cast a spell slot of good berry and pass out 2 good berries to each of you guys,
Okay, so
Thank you.
including.
I've got 3 now. 'Cause I didn't use one from last
Okay.
session. Cool. Right. Well, Charon looks around to the others and just has sort of, with his metal face, it's a bit tricky, but kind of trying to give this bewildered sort of stance, like, I don't really know, like, I've never seen talking wolves before.
Well, at least we know they're intelligent, so they can be reasoned with.
Not every intelligent creature can be reasoned with, in my opinion. Those maybe.
You start to see the wolves are starting to spread out a bit more away from the fire. So most of them they seem to be almost going. They seem to think the conference has now been over, and they're going back to checking some of their traps, making sure that the fence is okay. That's surrounding the perimeter. Basically, let me just quickly show you. Is my fine? Here we go. Basically, it's a very crude fence. It's not. Okay, so there's kind of very true fence. It's low. It's kind of at a wolf's head height. So for you guys, it's not like up to your head height or anything like that. You could probably climb over it without too much difficulty.
Where is the fence? Sorry.
Oh, is it not showing up? I put like a green line.
No, I don't. Sorry, I don't see a green line.
Not really doing. Never mind.
Wait a minute, I know what I've got to do. Wait a minute, that's it.
Different layer.
No. Don't know why it's not showing up, because it is showing up I'm on the objects and tokens. Wait a minute.
Oh, there we go. I can see it.
Can you see
now.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, there we go. All right, so basically that's the perimeter.
Okay.
Out of it more.
I turn to Kenari. Can you talk with them?
Depends. If the little ones can talk or not. If not, I'm going to have to use a lot more body language and express what we're trying to get across. That's easier when I know what we're trying to do.
Roll a perception check for me, please.
Whom?
Kenari. Okay, wow. Okay, yes. So, Kenari, your sharp hearing. Your sharp hearing, you can hear that between some of the grunts and the sort of the growls that is passing back and forth between members of the pack, you can hear definite snippets of common. They might not be talking fully in common, but they seem to be almost like it's like they're using a second language. You know, when people are learning a new language and they kind of have to use bits and pieces.
Yeah, heavily accented, broken.
Yes.
Broken common. Got it.
Pretty much.
Okay, she'll look back at Zariel and she'll say, "It sounds like they speak a couple of words here and there, but it might not get everything across."
Perhaps it might be worth. Perhaps it might be worth going after the ones that were on the White Wolf side, the one that was a bit more civil.
I agree with this idea. Would you like to put it in action, Karen? I think we would be quite intimidating.
If you think you're intimidating, what do you think they're going to think of me?
Timus is sort of behind you going, well, I think that I'm probably the least likely one to forward for this. I mean, look at me. It's not like I'm going to scare a wolf.
I agree.
The hard part is that they are usually scared. That's the downside, is they're all pack-based. If the leader is scared, then they're going to be scared. If the leader is not scared, they're not going to be scared. If the leaders told them to hold the fort, they will hold the fort despite how scared they actually are. It's hierarchy. They're not going to break it that easily.
Okay. Can we just ask to talk to the leader, though? If you said they speak, so it's presumable we can ask for an audience.
We can give it a try. Just get ready to fire.
Can we give them an offering to show that we are in peace? That we are not hostile towards them?
Kenari holds up her hands and kind of wiggles them a little bit, kind of like a... The owl bear took my meat. It's true, I had to give my offering to the owl bear!
You didn't to, but it was a good idea.
I think I would be able to help them, or we are hired by the Wayfarers. I think with our help, they can escape from here. What do you think about it, Will?
Yes, I definitely think we'll be able to help them out, but we just have to keep in mind that Blackford Wolf He seems very erratic. He's the one we're going to have to convince.
And perhaps some of the wolves that agreed with him in their conversation.
But I do suggest we make our presence known before they find us lurking.
Agreed.
I'd rather announce ourselves than them find us hidden. Question, DM: do rations come with like a cured meat? Is it like berries and
Yeah,
stuff?
I suppose. It could definitely. It probably has like jerky or something like that within it. I mean, unless your character is a vegetarian, in which case it might be like nuts and.
KENARI has a ration of
is that
dry
bad?
foods suitable for extended travel, including jerky, dried fruit, hardtack, and nuts.
There
Caron
you go.
shakes
So
his,
you do have jerky.
Caron sort of shakes his head a little bit towards William and goes, I do not need my rations at all. I do not eat. So rather than you all using your own, you can use mine. Because I will never eat it.
You say you don't need to, but can you?
I have not been bothered to try. Your food seems quite strange to me.
Fair enough.
So yeah.
Well, thank you for the offer, Karen. I think we'll take you up on that.
Yes.
Okay, so
Alright.
you
Going
probably have
back.
about 5 days worth of rations. So I think you probably have 4 or 5, maybe 8, 9 strips of jerky of some kind. You could probably be sort of hold probably a small fistful of jerky.
Oh god, there's a kid whistling outside.
I
I'm
was
gonna
wondering
throw
what that
something
was.
at
I'm
Yeah, there's a
am I
kid with
hearing
like a
things?
recorder or something outside. It's like 10. It's like 11 o'clock. So just looking at my inventory, just to let you guys know what my rations amount is. I have 2 days rations.
So you only have probably about 4 strips of jerky then.
Probably about 4 strips. Yeah. So I take it out of my bag and I offer it. So who would like to take? Does anyone specifically want to take it, or do you want me to keep hold of it?
KENARI will take it,
Okay.
and with her own 1 day, so she has, I'm assuming, like 1 extra thing of jerky. She's gonna just stick it in her pocket, or her wherever is most. I'm trying to think. Do I have pockets? I don't think I have pockets.
Looking
On my
on-
satchel, like side little bag, she's gonna stick it in that. Yeah.
May I, as looking on, just go through 5 of my rations and just take out all the meat there is and just hand it to KENARI?
Yeah, sure. So,
Go ahead.
let's say because let's sort of say like meat makes up like maybe half your ration amount. So half the amount of rations you have, the rest is now meat free.
Okay, so 5 of 10 are meat free.
All right.
We may want to make ourselves
Okay, I'm
known
going
now
to,
before they smell
KENARI-
that.
So, KENARI's gonna like look at the group and just go, I'm not the best talker, but I have no problem getting their attention. If someone would like to follow me in, I can go first.
Perhaps it might be wise if we all went, because it might be difficult if they find those hiding. May not look good for us.
Yes. And I apologize if I offend you, KENARI, but you are not the most you are kind of threatening looking, so maybe I should. Or
So
can-
the
Is that a
way
compliment?
the way she's designed, you can't. It's just a thing for her. You can't see her teeth. So when she hears you say that, she actually like reveals her teeth in like a weird kind of a smile.
I love this.
It's kind of creepy looking, but like you get the intent, but it's still creepy. It's like
Right.
watching a raptor smile. Very
Oh god.
unsettling.
That was that weird raptor from Jurassic Park: Fallen Kingdom. You know, the one which is like a slit. You know, it's someone in the cage. You know, he smiled at the camera and broke the 4th wall.
So
Yeah.
moving forward.
It's like when a dog smiles, it's very uncomfortable. It's like, oh, that gay, it's cute, you're trying, but like, please shut your mouth.
Okay, so guess well.
Goes without saying, we're going to go without weapons held.
Okay.
Just up to the fence.
How are you doing it? Are you going to the fence? Are you stepping in the clearing? Are you making a noise? How are you going to do it?
Well, we
I'll
have
step
one
up
that's
to the-
noisy, so Charon's definitely going to be like making like sort of like noises as he's walking, and he's a heavy tall fella. So like he's gonna be making heavy footed sounds in the thing, but probably like more in the center. I think Charon would probably go to sort of be more seen. And probably just sort of shake the fence a little bit, going, hello?
Okay, so the minute that you do that and you step out into the open, the wolves seem to start, and then they seem to begin panicking. Hunters! Hunters! One of them yells in a guttural sort of growling common, letting out high-pitched yowls.
After I've rattled the fence, I put both my hands up because I don't have my no, I'm going to keep my shield, sorry, but my sickle is put away, so I don't have any weapons out, and I just have my shield, but I have one hand out, like in a passive, I'm friendly kind of way. I just have, not a hunter, visitor.
Roll a persuasion check.
Oh, crap. Okay. Yay, my first roll.
The wolf near you is like,
Probably like that, yeah.
They found us, hunters!
Persuasion. Okay, I've clicked it, waiting for it to come up. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay, pretty good. The wolf sort of cocks an ear at you and sort of looks around, and some of the panic seems to go away. Not entirely. They still seem very, very highly strong, looking at you. It goes. One of the wolves sort of like takes a halting step towards you and then back, and sort of like looks at your group. Sorry, Timus is with. Because otherwise, you said you don't want it to be out of the voice by KENARI.
Mm-hmm.
He sort of the wolf looks over your group and says, "Is this all of you? Come to us. Why?
We would like to speak to your leaders, and we have an offering to make."
Okay.
It's gonna pull the jerky out and toss it over the fence. So she'll come up around Charon first, and then she'll toss it right in front. Just offering first, and then talking.
How are you?
She doesn't say anything. That's just her thought process. Is like
Throw the meat.
throw the meat.
Okay.
Throw meat.
All right. Can you take an animal handling check for me? Just because, literally, you just walked around and thrown something towards the wolves after this highly strong. So, can you take an animal handling check for me?
Not very good.
Okay. So,
Bardic inspiration if you want to use it.
Oh, I guess I could do that. Yeah. Can I use it, or is it too late?
you can if you want. Okay, so it seems at first that KENARI just lobs it in a bit too fast, making them stop and jump back. But it lands the jerky. It's just one strip, or is it the whole handful?
It's the whole handful.
So the whole handful of that dried meat lands and patters onto the grass. The wolf nearby, the nearest, probably shies back in alarm, but the others are a bit more aware. They can see that it's nothing that looks like a blade or an axe or anything like that. And so some of them sort of curiously come forward, sniffing at the offering, as you put it, and sort of gives it a tentative lick before sort of picking it up and starting to chew on it noisily. The others, having seen that there seems to be no weapon or concealed magical trick or anything, also sort of come forward and start to crowd around your offering. Some of them started to fight amongst themselves for the meat. Others sort of like looking at it with one or two that looking at them with disdain, a bit more sort of like a bit more prim, a bit more proper. and the other wolves, as they sort of look over at you, the wolf that you spoke with first looks over at you and says, "Enough, eat small one, but an offering bearing no weapon."
So sorry, can you repeat that? Sorry.
Of course, sorry. It's says, you come without weapons is good.
I will
disappreciate.
I will not lie, we have weapons, but we have no intention to use them on you. We can speak to you peacefully. As you can see, I have my shield, but my hand, as well as my companions, we are not holding any weapons. We will not... He looks to the others to see if they agree, but Caron goes on to say, we will not come past this fence until we can, unless your leaders allow us to. If you can grab your leaders, we would like to speak with them. But we will not come in without, without permission.
Mm-hmm.
He sort of looks to the others and
Very
see if
well.
they nod or anything.
Very well. So far you have shown no signs of that. Stay here.
Thank you.
The wolf sort of turns and snaps at one of the wolves standing near the fire. Growls and sort of growls and a few words of common, sort of littering the direct orders. But basically, the gist is go and fetch the go and fetch the alphas. Go and get them. Go and fetch them.
Kenari's gonna look over, not like move her eyes from the wolves, but make sure that the other group, like the rest of the group, can hear her, and just saying, when they come out, don't look them in the eye and keep your head down.
Carol nods and already starts off copies what Kenari's doing.
Kenari lowers herself down to sit on the ground. Kind of not kind of like a weird mesh of crisscross applesauce and samurai leg. Samurai seat.
Can I just to the DM,
well.
can I mirror image? I want to copy what Kenari did, but can I mirror image my head looking down as I want to look at them myself? Can I put an illusion only of my head looking down, but so I can still move my head around and
sort of like sunglasses, but you can actually see through them, but not someone.
So you mean basically like a minor illusion,
Yeah,
you're
but-
looking down but looking up at the same time.
Yeah.
Amazing.
a small illusion around my head.
So
A little
which
more.
spell are you using?
Minor illusion. I just want a small illusion, maybe a foot by foot, that will cover my head, and it will look like me, but just looking down, while I can look around and not move my head, but just move my eyes and look around.
Okay, but remember, any jerky movements will break the illusion because it's very character, right? So, okay, yes, okay, you can do that. Are you being surreptitious about it or being open?
To my party, open, to them, subtle.
Okay, so so basically it looks to everyone else, including your party, because they'll unless they can see through some ability, you appear to be looking down while at the same time you're really looking up.
Okay.
Okay. Just remember, no physical interaction. See, that's an illusion. Okay. All right. So it takes about anybody want anything else before the wolf comes back? You got like a minute.
I just wanted to try to put him at ease. I wanted to walk over near him and go down on one knee as if to talk to a child, just get on his level, and offer him a piece of my dried meat from my hand, just calmly say, in a soothing cleric voice, "We mean you no harm. We are not with the other party that was here before.
Indeed.
We are here to negotiate." We are here to negotiate a peace.
I am no slave hound of man. Placed on the floor, I will not eat from your hand.
I hope not.
It was just an offer.
I appreciate it, but I am no dog.
I did not mean to offend you. Of course you're not. I've heard of no dog that has the ability to speak like you. It's very impressive, and I kind of place it on the ground in front of him, and
he looks at you with a bit more respect that you listen to his wishes, and he sort of like takes it down. Much to the dismay of some of the other wolves who were sort of looking at him like, you're not sharing. It's like, this is my meat.
Ooh, I'm so anxious right now.
Kind of like Balto. He's got like the meat in his mouth like a cigar. Chewing on it slowly. Alright, so it takes about a minute, but striding out from the cave come the larger wolves that you saw earlier. Firstly, the white-furred wolf, followed by the dark-furred wolf. The dark-furred wolf sees you standing there and looks over at his packmates. I did not believe it. Why are we not attacking the hunters? Bring them down. The white-furred wolf looks over and sort of at the same time says, "Shh, silence. We will hear what they have to say."
What can I read from their expressions since I am looking at them?
Roll an insight check. Okay. You can see that the black-furred wolf is very aggressive in his posturing. The sort of the anger is very much there in his eyes. That he does not look happy to see you. Seems to be perplexed as to why you're not already being mauled by his pack. The other wolf seems to be, as before, calm. Looks at you. He seems to be looking at you more quizzically than in anger. But her face is her sort of expression is far more difficult to read. You can see that she doesn't look angry or upset with you, but she doesn't really give away what she's feeling.
Okay.
Greetings, I'm William. This is KENARI and ZARRIEL and Karen and Timus. We were hired by the city to come negotiate with you. Help you at all means.
The white-furred wolf looks over at the black-furred wolf and just sort of like, you can almost see like a little smirk on her face. I told you, Flame. It's all the rage is all it takes. See, they've come to negotiate. More violence is not needed. Flame sort of looking over and looks back over and snarls. Baltoys are us. We should make them fear us. Let's remove these pests. Send back their corpses. The city will negotiate with us more fear than faith.
That might be more difficult, unfortunately. You know what people are like. If you do that, you're just going to have more and more calm, and that is going to be a very bloody battle. Why? We can find a way to get you to another area that's open and in the wild for you all. Would that not be a better circumstance?
Yes, what do you need? What would you like help with? How can we help you?
To the fire. Come through to the fire. We will sit and we will talk.
Okay.
KENARI's the first
You are
one
welcome to our camp.
Okay.
Sorry, KENARI?
KENARI said she was the first. KENARI said she was the first one over.
KENARI is going to stand up, but she's not going to raise her gaze, and she's going to step over the fence as carefully. I'm assuming it's like rope and like.
Yeah, it's like rope and twigs.
Yeah, she's not going to step on it. She's going to step over it as carefully as she can, and she's going to not lifting her gaze, and like from her whole body posture, you can see it's very like her tail is down, her head hangs down. Her tail almost like kind of seems to like curl inward through her legs as she walks towards the fire, and then like sits down, and then not looking up at the two wolves but looking back over at the party, and is just kind of like tilts her head of like, okay, come on.
Okay. And Karen will do the same, grabbing his robes that he's got and like make sure they don't like catch, so he doesn't trip. And
Okay.
just does this exact same thing. And just everything
So the
Kenari
wolves sort
does
of,
will
like-
follow and lead with body language.
The wolves kind of move to beside their leaders. Flame moves further back
William-
towards the entrance.
William will walk up to the campfire and sit down,
Yeah.
cross-legged in front of it, warming his hands,
Yeah.
just very calmly, very calmly.
Karen will keep his
Him
eyes
to sort of float
to the
over
floor.
and sort of sit beside Kenari and William.
He will speak up. You definitely aren't like any wolves that I've encountered before. You're a fascinating.
True. That
Fascinating.
is true indeed. Yet, we were not always so. It is an intriguing change, at the least.
Was this done to you with your consent? Karen asks.
Ah, it's a strange tale. Not with our consent, no, for we could not have given it at the time. We were not thinking creatures the same way that we are now. No, it is a strange tale. Let me explain to you a little bit about who we are, so that you will be able to negotiate with us in better faith. We only came into our true intelligence when one day a stranger, a cloaked man, trespassed on our territory. Something about this individual just inspired terror. We had cubs, we had to protect them. So we attacked. But then it was as if cold daggers penetrated our minds. We were forced to the ground before him. Daggers of ice within our brains, forcing us to be subservient. Then, vaguely remember, you moved towards the cubs, as if to take them or to harm them. And I remember pushing the cold within my mind back, lunging for the man. And then there was a flash of crimson light. When we awoke, we were gone from our forest home. The mind trapper, gone. We found ourselves in this strange new surrounding, surrounded on all sides by two legs, all smells and shapes. But that wasn't all. Our minds began working much faster than before. We were able to talk. Memories were filled with strange images of items and information that appeared to us in dreams. I surmised that when I lashed out at the man, our link for a moment became a two-way link. His connection to us opened him to us. And some of his memories transferred over to us, bolstering our thoughts, allowing us to reason beyond instinct. When Flame pipes up, killed him the moment he entered the terrain. No two-legged trust. None keep their word. Cub killers, pack murderers. Bolt then turns around, snaps. You had your chance. Let me finish my tale. Ever since we arrived here, we've been using these new to boost our quality of life. The pups, we won't be risking their starvation in the winter. We've hoarded a number of foodstuffs. Elderly no longer have to be left behind when we go hunting. We managed to drive off the owl bears that have been plaguing our camp for days. We killed one of the pups. We managed to force them away. And then we took its home for our own. Sort of nods back towards the cave entrance. And then chimes in again. Should punish them all for bringing us here. This land should be ours by right. We will conquer it, as true wolves should. Bolt sort of turns back to you and says, we realize that we are cut off from what we knew. There is no escape from this walled settlement.
We have
They're
ways.
not much for humans.
We have
I
ways
apologize.
to.
Yes.
We have ways to leave the city.
Indeed.
I'm sure if we could recount this to those that sent us here, because we don't want them to think that anything bad has happened, and some of us could stay as well, just as proof of our true intentions. But if some of us could go back and speak and let them know of your plight, I have no doubt that there would be no reason for them to not let you exit and even perhaps find you some land where you could, have your group be and live, prosperously. No, I can't say the word. But yeah. Caron does look to the group though and says, what do you think on this?
Bolt looks over at you and she says, I care not much for humans, two legs, or any race. They have killed our kind indiscriminately for years. But we would be willing to try and come to a settlement with a city. I suggest that we be allowed to control the grove. Give us the grove and the uninhabited lands maybe to the west of the city. In return, we could keep the area free of predators. Maybe even help to thin the undead that surround your citadel. We smell them every day and night. We know they are there.
That is
Okay.
Enough.
That is a very interesting proposition.
With a hit and run tactics, we could start to thin the numbers.
This could be very useful.
KENARI, who hasn't spoken, says, there is a shrine here in the grove. Do you know it?
I do not know the deity. I know that there is a holy.
Apparently it is the god of Pyros.
Malevolent.
Something for beasts. Originally, it could be
Hunter
something...
does not like to be feel like they're hunted. That's not. I understand. This god apparently represents some kind.
It would not be so unreasonable to work out a deal in where you're given protection of the grove under the guise that you are heralds for this deity. In fact, it might even get you a free cow every now and then.
It is a tempting offer. We tried not to hurt the humans, the halflings, the short humans.
I know what it means to have
Came
to
with-
survive in a place that is not familiar to you. You did what you had to. There is no excuse, especially when you have pups and elderly to feed.
Yes, we have about a dozen.
You
Growing
said-
fast and strong.
You said there was a woman who was watching you.
Yes.
We did not
I
mean to
never
ease
saw
them.
her, but one of the other wolves on guard saw an older an older female watching us from the shadow.
She's a bit of a weird one, but I think she will be your main contact for keeping yourself safe in the grove. I think she could be a valuable ally, especially when we are gone.
Well, we would very much like not to move. We've made quite a good home here. And of course, purity is something that we rarely get in the wilderness. I mean, unless you know of anywhere else we could go.
I know one place, but it's very far, and I don't think the elderly would make the journey. It's through the mountains, high up.
Or we have the cubs and the elderly, they would need to make the journey before we agreed to leave.
We could probably escort you there.
I think if we talk to the leaders of the city and you propose to them your proposition of thinning the undead around the city in return for safe living here and on the outskirts of the town that you said there was, perhaps we can come to an arrangement.
I think that this seems to be going very well. I think that
we were just
sorry. Mm-hmm.
We were just here to make contact. Perhaps if you could come to another meeting place, we can go get the a leader of the city, so you can contact, so you can talk to each other. Perhaps that would be better, because we have no authority to let you live here, but we could go get somebody that is.
Need to negotiate with the Alpha.
Yes.
Do you know much of this deity that has been spoken?
I do not know of this deity, no. From the lands in which we existed, this is a new experience for us.
But do you know the altar that we speak of?
Yes, we have been there before. When we were exploring the place, we found the place of power. There seemed to be some sort of attempt at communication to us, but we had not yet settled into our minds.
Perhaps we can meet there, and we could bring a emissary of the city to speak with you.
I would feel safer if we were to do this at a neutral location. Sometimes
that was neutral.
My mouth is not meant for this speech, but yes, a neutral location might be preferable, as long as maybe one or two of you remained here under our safeguards for safekeeping. Just make sure that there's nothing untoward going on. You understand our position, of course.
I thought that would be a suitable neutral ground. It's in the grove, but it's not controlled by either party, really.
Very well. It seems that, and just as she says that, basically, Flame, who's been quiet up to now, turns and snarls at Bolt. Coward before the two legs. You will not subjugate us to their will. You are not one of us. You shall not lead us into servitude. And just as she says that, he lashes out at Bolt and causes a massive gashing wound down her side.
KENARI immediately
to the floor
and with a growl says, "Do not move."
Bolt collapses to the floor, and as he does that, just quickly to get this out, several more wolves appear from within the the cave and come out to stand alongside Flame. Yes, what do you want to do? Sorry, Will.
if there was a large gashed wound on Bolt, I was going to cast. Let's see, what should I do? I read which one I want to do. I will go up and cast Cure Wounds on her. I will use my last spell to cast Cure Wounds.
Are you telling them you're doing that?
If they're coming out.
Sorry. Suddenly, the entire place explodes into shards. It was a glass illusion the whole time. I'm sorry. Yes.
I would just move up slowly and cast Cure Wounds on the white wolf.
Okay.
Let me post it.
Kenari's got a hand on her
Move
axe
forward.
at this point and just slowly watching you do this.
Okay, so first I need to do... Oh, what's happened there? Sorry, just 1 second. I need to just quickly put this. Okay, so Bolt is down with a gash on side. Flame has stepped forward. 2 other wolves have flanked, as well as a wolf which seems to be carrying a black sword in its mouth. Another wolf has rushed out. This wolf is sort of wearing the sort of like green ribbons and things in its hair, in its fur. Like a patch of cloak seems to be wrapped around its midsection. It seems to, seeing you minister to Bolt, also chanting something under her breath, as if also trying to assist in your healing. So you're casting Cure Wounds for 13. Okay, so a large amount of the damage seems to have ceded, but Bolt is still down. Seems to be stunned from the attack. And so, without further ado, seeing you step forward, Flame snarls and leaps to the attack. Can we please, everybody, roll a
yeah, dang it, that's
what let me just check the initiative. Let me just check the initiative tracker. Just we're okay. Good. I thought I'd forgotten to do it from last week. That's gonna be no.
Dang it.
Will you get advantage on initiative roll again?
I do, thank you. Keep forgetting that.
No worries. Here to help.
Actually, that is with advantage. I forgot I baked it into the code.
Since I am lower in the initiative order, I will be right back. I have to
That's okay.
run and do something quick.
And Timus is second. I'm just gonna. Where's Timus? Okay. Timus, roll. And so our first person to go is ZARRIEL. You, before you begin, just let you know, you noticed that the other wolves that were sort of standing around before, not the wolves that have came out and joined Flame, are also standing to the side. They're surrounding Bolt and keeping her from anyone except, I suppose, William, since he's next to her, from approaching.
Okay.
So all these wolves here, the ones without the little strongman symbol in the corner, are normal wolves, and they will not be engaging in the combat unless you attack them.
Okay. So, as William casted Cure Wounds, ZARRIEL popped a good bear in his mouth and walked over jumped over. And as movement, I will move over here. Actually, this is, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, or 25 moving diagonally. And what range am I in? 5, 10, 15, 20, he's 25. Okay, so these three closest to me, the one with the sword, Flame, and the third pack wolf, ZARRIEL brings his one hand forward and it bursts into flames. The more magic he's been casting these past days, the more pure it has become. It's no longer a construct of light, it's just just radiant flame. And I'm going to cast Bane as 3 bolts of flame spring out of my fingers and leap towards each of them. They have to make a charisma saving throw.
Does that work
Against
with
what number?
Against 14.
Okay.
Does that work with you eating the good berry though?
That was as William was casting your wounds.
Again,
okay, cool.
Next time, just to clarify, because we've already moved. I know it's doing that, but as we move into initiative, you could just very much clarify that when William does that, before I start saying we're moving into the thing,
then I'm going to remove it.
Do that.
I'm going to remove it then.
All right, sorry, because it's a bit confusing. It sounds a little bit like you're getting that extra action as it goes. But I know what you mean. But I just need you to declare it at the time other things are happening if possible.
I'm going to whisper it to you. I'm not going to...
Okay, if you wouldn't mind doing that to me, that would be great. Thank you.
I will start doing that when I need to do something. All of them have to make a...
Alright, so...
charisma roll.
3 charisma saving throws. Well, okay.
Yeah.
1 second. So, Flame is not the most charismatic of them. So, yep, Flame is going to be affected.
I made I have made that the Bane thing in my character sheet. So when you roll, I'm going to roll with you to reduce the hits, so you don't have to waste time.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to put down a
yellow token on him. Can work.
Yeah, that will do. I'll put Bane. My other wolf is 10. Not great at the charisma. No, so that wolf is going to be affected. Oh, sorry, that's just me rolling by mistake.
No worries.
And so that one I need to get yellow into, and this one here, that's Shade, and Shade's pretty much. Oh, so Shade's not affected.
Okay. Fine by me, as 2 bolts of radiant light hit both of them. They envelop them and seem to hit them, as the one hit that hit Shade just disperses as shattering glass. Both of them have the same radiance that is surrounding me currently, that's looking like mage armor.
Okay, excellent. Alright, the next one who's going to go is Timus. So Timus is going to cast... So I suppose Timus will probably cast Firebolt. Let me go over here. So Timus is going to move alongside you over here, and is going to cast Firebolt at. He sees the magic dissipate from Shade, and decides he's going to try and light up that wolf that sort of dodged your magic. And so, 1 second, because I don't have a character sheet for this. Where is...
Do you want me to run it?
I'm trying to find... I had the stats. 1 second. here we go. So Firebolt is 120 feet, 1d10 fire damage on a hit. Okay. Yay, this is great. Timus might just, he might be like the target of the wolves constantly at the moment, so I don't keep using him for the moment. Alright, so intelligence, so 14 plus 2. Alright. Must do an attack then. Hit. Yep, that will hit. And we'll do 1d10 fire damage. 8 fire damage to Shade. Right. Alright, so Timus sort of goes up like Kirby and just shoots a firebolt from his mouth. It flashes past the 2 glowing wolves and smashes into the one wolf that managed to throw off the influence of your spell. The flames sort of catch some of the fur alight, and the wolf gives a yelp of distress, almost, but not quite, dropping the sword from its mouth. So sort of runs slowly in circles, sort of like spins in circles, trying to get the last embers out of its fur. Okay, so it's taken 8 damage and done. Excellent. And the next up is Flame. Flame is going to breathe in. Is going to go 5, 10, 15. Is going to breathe in and is going to expel a cone of flame enveloping KENARI. Enveloping KENARI and Will. So both of you, can you take dexterity saving throws for me, please? Okay, so both fail. So you both take 2d6 fire damage. Seven fire damage. Both KENARI and Will. The flame leaps over, sort of right into the fray, spins around at you, KENARI. You suddenly find yourself looking down the moor of this giant, slavering, black-furred wolf, as within the confines of its throat you see an ember alight, and then the flame come billowing towards you. You try to duck and dodge, but unfortunately, maybe you're just caught by surprise. Maybe you had no idea wolves could do this in Manifest. They don't do it back home. And a cone of flame comes out. Bill, you're too busy helping Bolt to even think about dodging out the way. And the flames watch over your back. And you feel the familiar, terrible heat of fire as it starts to envelop you and to sort of lash away at your skin. Okay, that is Flame's action done. So next up is Charon.
Okay, so I think this is what I'm going to do. I am going to cast... I hope I can do this. Let me just double check that I actually have the spell slots. I do. Phew. Okay, so I am going to cast, as a bonus action, I am going to... what one is it? Yeah, I'm going to cast Sanctuary on Bolt to keep her protected. And I am going to...
So any creature that attacks a warded creature must make a wisdom saving throw. Okay.
Yeah. So that's on Bolt. And then I am going to move here. And did you say speaking's a free action?
Yes.
GM?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I didn't. Okay. So as a free action, Charon says, I expect this type of behavior from my two-legged people on this earth, not from you powerful, wonderful creatures. Please, we only want to give you land to live and to have a good life. Okay, we are not your enemies. Do not make us your enemies. I will not let anything happen to Bolt. Okay, so please. And so as my action, I would like to prepare Mum.
Okay.
So that will mean that, actually, or do I want to prepare my sickle? I like having my shield.
For preparing Mum, I want to know exactly what you want to do, because don't forget you are now in combat with the wolf. It's just standing right next to one of the bad wolves.
Yes, so I am going to, I like my 17 armor. I'm going to, at the moment, I'm going to say that I'm going to have my sickle and my shield. And my trigger is if anyone, if they attack Bolt, or the ones that are with Bolt protecting her, because I'm the closest to that area. So if anyone tries to attack Bolt or those that are with her, then I would use my sickle to attack as long as I'm in range of 5 foot to who attacks.
Very, very specific. That's good. All right.
As I'm saying that, I'm sort of saying it to this one, because that one's the one that's on flame side, if I recall. So I'm sort of looking at this particular one as well, and saying that, like, see what I'm doing. Okay, and that is my turn.
Oh, lovely, William.
Okay, William will rush into battle over towards Flame, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 feet. And while he's running, he will imbue his club with the power of Shillelagh.
Bonus action done, yeah.
As a bonus action. And when I get there, I will attack with said Shillelagh.
Okay.
At advantage.
Okay, that's a hit.
For a total of 6 bludgeoning damage.
Okay, that's fine.
And my turn there.
All right, so Flame snarls in pain as you lash out with this glowing. Is it golden or a green glow? Your shillelagh. Or what color is it?
It's very radiant white light.
Okay, so almost like a flaming torch. And you've got that, like a flaming white torch. But like it acts in a very Shere Khan manner, sort of like spins around to face you once it feels the bite of your shillelagh. Okay, so that was six bludgeoning or eight bludgeoning? 6.
It's a 6 bludgeoning.
Lovely. All right, so 6. Next up is KENARI.
KENARI is going to cast Hunter's Mark on where's my thingy? There we go. Got to click the clicks.
Or the clicks.
On this one. Do I cast it? Do I click it?
Okay.
Okay.
What's the multiple damages type thing going on here?
I have no idea what's going on. This is the first time I've used this spell. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay.
Okay, so Hunter's Mark. You basically pick a creature, and then you say basically that's my mark, and now every time when you attack it, it'll get an extra 1d6 damage to it. And your advantage on any wisdom or survival checks to find that creature if it runs away.
Okay.
And then if the creature dies, you can swap it to another creature, as long as it's within the 1 hour time limit.
Okay, that's her action. Her
Bonus action.
Bonus action. Hunter's Mark is bonus action.
Oh, is it? Okay, I got it backwards. Okay, so then that's her bonus action. So with her original action, she was going to pull out her dual axes. And she was going to take a swing at his. Is she? Are they? Is it advantage because we're technically flanking him now? Or
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
so I hit twice. Whoa.
You roll once and you take the highest one.
Okay.
Come on, Kenari. 1, 2. 4 damage.
Okay, so the first one is 4, and the second one is 5, but I need your extra d6s.
What am I rolling?
1d6 for each attack.
Oh.
Only the first one because she has 1 attack, not 2 attacks. She
Oh,
No, I
right,
have.
yes,
I
that's
have
right,
2
because
weapons. I thought. Oh, that's a bonus action. Okay.
Yeah, and also, you could only have done 1 attack this turn, couldn't you? Because you're
Yeah.
wielding.
I used my
Bonus action would be the
whatever.
second attack. So it's just the first one, so it's 4 plus 1d6.
1d6. Da-da-da-da-da. Ta-da.
So it's 6 slashing damage in total.
Yep.
Okay, so
Just for future knowledge,
yeah.
Lua, there should be a button at the top that if you click it, it'll let you roll with advantage. If you're
Oh, I'm
Just a
using-
toggle button.
I'm using the Chrome extension for D&D Beyond. I haven't transitioned on to do the character mancer for Kenari yet. That was on my to-do list. I just didn't get to it. So
Fine.
and she's gonna stay where she's at and just have her weapons at the ready for any opportunity of attack that she can get. Free action. Speaking as a free action, right? We double check
Yep,
that.
that's a free action. Yep.
Okay. Kenari is going to shout over her shoulder and just kind of say, "You think it's that easy to let go of their pride? They're not going to do that." And she's just going to twirl her axes and like lower down into a fighting stance.
Awesome. Okay, next up is Shade. So the wolf with the dark sword in its mouth. Where is the best way to go? Sees you, Kenari, lashing out at his alpha, and runs down to engage you. So you need. So he's going to try and attack you with his dark sword. He has advantage because his ally is within 5 feet of you.
Okay.
Tactics. And is going to attack you with his dark blade. Now, the dark blade has a special effect. If it ever attacks you with advantage, he can sneak attack you.
Got it.
So basically, just as you think he's going to attack you, if this does hit, might not, you never know. Come on, why isn't it rolling? Ah, wait a minute. Sorry about that. So 21.
It's real bad.
Okay, so you think you see this wolf running towards you, and it seems to slide into its own shadow and jump up at you from another angle. Then, so it's going to do 6 damage to you, plus 1d6 cold damage. So for a total of 9.
I am at 2 hit points.
Pretty bloodied.
I am extremely bloodied.
And the next up is the other wolf,
Ooh, okay, let's see what
who
happens.
is right next to Charon. So, looking at you, lies! It screams. You mean to kill the cubs? We shall end you! Tries to bite you. Doesn't have advantage.
Fails.
It nibbles on your toes. So stand there. It's a very cute little nibble. It doesn't do any damage to you whatsoever. Since you did say your trigger was if it attacked Bolt or any of his allies, you do not get to lash out.
No, I do not. Okay.
Is she not her ally?
No, but the trigger was
I
Bolt
said if
or
Bolt...
any of Bolt's allies. You're not Bolt's allies at the moment. You've been talking with her, but you haven't formalized alliance or anything with her. So they are neutral in this, not friends.
Yeah.
Okay, next one is the other wolf. And I'm going to... It can't run into the fire, so it's not going to go for KENARI at the moment. Thanks, the KENARI is probably like sighing relief at that. But we'll go for Will, it's the next closest. Okay, so this one has Bane, so whatever it does is going to be minus 1d4. So get ready, ZARRIEL. So the next wolf lunges at William, and tries to attack you with the bite. It has advantage. Okay, so it's a 23 down to a 19.
That'll still hit.
Okay. With all the extra damage that it could have had, it's 10 damage. So it lashes out at you, despite the glow, which seems to it's almost like a roll around its neck and try and yank it back. It still manages to get its jaws into your arm, tearing away at the flesh of your forearm and leaving you with huge, gaping, gashing wounds.
Oh, William's pretty down there. One more hit.
ZARRIEL's turn.
So you did say that the one creature, this one that KENARI attacked was pretty bloodied, correct?
No, I'm pretty bloodied.
Yeah.
KENARI's pretty bloodied. It has taken some wounds, though. You can see actually the fire did seem to do some damage to it.
Okay, I am somewhat trying to lesser their power with of the flame. He figured he would try to burn them. He lights a small radiant ball in his right hand as he sends it into the earth. As a glowing radiant rune appears under that wolf, he has to make a dex save against the sacred flame.
Okay. Which wolf?
This one. The already
The one
damaged one.
attacking KENARI. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, can you do that? Because you would have to go shoot through flame to do that.
It doesn't require me to be within direct.
Does it not say you have to have line of sight, something you can see?
It's within range. The target gains no benefit from cover. It says that I should be able to see, but in that case, I would simply move over here. I do not provoke an attack of opportunity. I should be able to see it from here.
Yeah, so you have to be able to see it clearly. So yeah, if you move, that's fine. I'll say that's fine.
Okay.
All right. So dexterity 14. So shade, dex save. Oh, start with advantage. So it's just the one on the left. 8. That's a fail.
4 radiant.
4 damage. All right. So 4 damage and no benefit from cover after the saving. For that saving throw, there would have been no cover benefit. So another 4 damage. Okay.
Don't
Anything
let
else?
yourself, saying to KENARI, don't let yourself fall so easily. Get a hold of yourself. That's right.
Okay, is that it? Everything?
Yeah, I have no more bonus actions.
Okay. So next up is Timus. Timus is going to whoop, whoop.
That's the sound a slime makes.
That's the sound my slimes make. And is going to cast. Yeah, it's going to cast Firebolt back at Shade again. So, again, like Kirby. And this ball of fire just comes shooting out.
Will he stay there? There he has disadvantage on the roll. Because he's within 5 feet.
Yeah, it's a range. It's a ranged spell attack against this one. He is within 5 feet. He should. Yeah, you're right. He should, shouldn't he?
If he's attacking this one, he should get disadvantage. This one,
No, he's shooting at Shade, not the other ones. That is a hit, and it's 1d10 fire damage. So another 6 damage. So again, this now you can start to see bold patches appearing upon this wolf holding the sword. Not only has it been lit up by a radiant flame, but by 2 fireballs in consecutive action. So that's another 6, and that brings it. Okay. All right, lovely. And that is Timus has done his cantrip. Anything else he can do? 1 second. Can't do that. Oh well. Alright, sorry. That's all that Timus is going to... No, that was the cantrip. That was Firebolt. Takes 1 action, so he can't do anything else. That's it. Flame?
Question, DM.
Yes.
You said that Bolt was just stunned. Does she make a save or something to get up?
She's out of this combat.
Alright, I did heal her for 13.
I know. And you guys breaking the game. Supposed to be part of this combat. Let's see how she does. Let's do a con check. Flame bolt. Say if she gets over 15 con, she gets back up.
Cool.
Yeah, 15 meter beat. So bolt is she's not going to do anything else this turn, but she's going to get up.
Mm-hmm.
So let's.
On what initiative?
I'm going to. She's not yet. Next turn, if she does get into combat, she might do something else first before she joins fight. Get rid of that token on her. She's even 1 week away from. No, not the X. That's a dead wolf.
He died.
So one of them. The only thing she'll do this turn is say, "Please, look the 2 legs." That's basically all she'll do. That means Breeze will.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what Bolt said.
She says, "Breeze, help the 2 legs."
Okay.
Don't stop doing voices because for some reason no one can hear me. I blame you, kitten. It's all your fault.
I'm sorry.
So Breeze is going to go just before ZARRIEL. Next round. Okay. So that means that it is Flame's turn. Who's Flame likely to attack? Who last hit Flame? That was KENARI, wasn't it? So
That was me, I think.
no, it was KENARI hitting with her axes. You hit Shillelagh, and then KENARI smacked him on the bum with her axe.
Sorry.
Okay, so
Sorry, KENARI, try to help.
sorry, KENARI. Adams the brakes.
It's okay.
Flame spins around and is going to. I need to do a con check quickly. Fails.
Yep.
It would be minus 1d4 anyway, but that would fail anyway. And so it's going to just bite because his fire breath has not returned yet. So with advantage, and it's minus 1d4, please. It's not going to hit, I don't think, because that'd be 10.
Nope.
Flame attacks you, and bounces off. How does flame sort of leaps for you, but your axe is you manage to get your axe in between between you and its attack. Scared of basically lunging onto the blade of your axe. Flame sort of snaps at you, but doesn't actually manage to connect with any of his jaw's blows. Next up is Charon.
Oh, okay, this is going to be interesting. So, I think I am going to cast... Yeah, because I have to be touching for that and that's not going to work. So, for a bonus action, I am going to cast Shield of Faith on KENARI, just sort of boosting up her AC a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Is that tough?
No. That is 60 feet for Shield of Faith.
Okay, you'll find them.
You lose concentration on the previous spell though.
Did it say concentration on Sanctuary? 1 second.
Yeah, it's your concentration 10 minutes.
Am I okay to do that and just cancel that then, seeing as Bolt stood up?
Sanctuary, if you do, then Sanctuary's cancelled. Yeah.
Okay, so then Sanctuary's cancelled, and so I'll do, because that's more important now. KENARI's got the 2+ AC now, and that was a bonus action, so... Just trying to work out what I want to do now. I am... Do I want to do that because I've been too... I have a shield. Oh, sorry. I'm rush thinking. Can I do a cantrip from that spell? Or would that break the concentration?
Unless you can cast cantrips as long as you don't cast another spell that requires concentration.
Okay, cool. So in that respect, I am going to try and do. It's an action. Doesn't say concentration. I would like to do Toll the Dead, and I would like to do it
on who?
On. I think I'm more currently worried about. It's really between Flame or Shade that's above KENARI, I think. But I think it might be worth doing Shade, so I'm going to do Shade.
Okay. What does Shade have to roll?
I will click it, and you'll see all the bits and bobs.
DC 13 Wisdom saving throw. Alright, Shade. Oh, sorry, not advantage. One on the left fails.
Okay.
So it's not 1d8, it's 1d12.
Yep. So
because he's already taken damage.
6.
6 necrotic damage. Okay, wow. Alright, so Shade is looking very much worse the wear. About 3 patches of fire all over his skin. Is looking like half of his body is now withered and his fur gone white. He's definitely this wolf is definitely looking like he's teetering on his paws.
Yeah, and I'll just use a quick speech towards the one that said that I was lying and was after the cubs, and go, I do not want your cubs. We have no interest in wanting your cubs. We only wish to help. And that's my turn.
Lovely. Okay, so it's William the Afflicted's turn.
Okay, I need you to roll on something, Xander.
Okay.
I keep forgetting with my magic initiative feat, I can cast Goodberry without using a spell slot.
Mm-hmm.
And I used a spell slot earlier. Can I just...
You can have it back.
Spell slot?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. Alright. I keep forgetting I can do that. Alright, that's good. So in that case, I'll cast Cure Wounds. Actually, no, it's an action. I will cast Healing Word on myself. I'll just touch my chest, and radiant white energy will kind of close up my wounds.
Okay.
For 11 damage. That is a bonus action. And as my action, I will attack Shade with my Shillelagh at advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, my computer's being slow.
Okay, that's a hit.
Alright.
Shillelagh?
16 for a total of 7 more bludgeoning.
Okay. So 7
The
bludgeoning
big
damage?
guy.
Yeah.
I think his name. Yeah.
So Shade gives a howl as you smash into him with your burning brand of a shillelagh enveloped club. Spins around again. It's almost like chasing his tail at this point. He's been hit, turns around, hits again, so to keep spinning around. And basically, you can see madness in his eyes. He glares at you with just unfathomable hatred.
Free action to just say he's snarling in my face, and I'll just say into my breath, "You wanted this. This could have been peaceful." And I'll end my turn there.
Next up is KENARI.
DM, will you let me consume more than one good berry, or is it just one?
It's like healing potions, so you can only use one.
Okay. She is going. Okay, she's going to consume a healing berry. How many points does that give me back? 4?
Yeah, it's just 4.
Yeah.
Okay. Better than dying. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And then she is going to
Kick some ass.
bonus action. Do I get a swipe at all? No, I'm assuming I
No,
don't.
I'm afraid not. No.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Is an offhand attack bonus action, or do you need the?
You need to do the initial attack first.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay. So that's technically all she can do for this. I don't really want to move because I don't know who has attack of opportunity, so she's just going to hang in there for another round.
Okay. All right. Next up is Shade, who is going to attack KENARI. Sorry, you're right in front of him, so he's going to attack you.
And you've got
So,
2 plus AC.
Advantage. Odds on the attack. 26.
Hits.
Okay, again, Shade seems to slip into the shadows and jump up to strike you. Plus 1d6. Cold damage. So 12 HP.
I am prone. I
Okay.
now have to make death saves. I don't know how to do this. I've never done that before.
That's on your next turn, isn't it? that
On
you'll
your
do
next
it?
turn, you're okay
Yeah.
at the moment.
Okay.
Plus we happen to have a grave cleric, so that's never going to be a problem. You guys have to deal with it. The grave cleric goes down. So you drop to 0 hit points. I need you to take a con save, please.
Me on my next turn or right now?
Right now, please.
Okay.
Lingering injury.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, so yeah, your scales are just so much tougher than regular old skin. So even though you've taken some serious damage, nothing seems to have been too deeply afflicted to cause any. Well, at the moment, lingering injuries. There could still be something depending upon how you do with your death saves, but initially, it doesn't seem like you've taken anything that would be a permanent mark against death, which could still happen. Which won't, probably. You never know. That's Shade's turn. Next wolf is going to attack you. It's going to attack you, Charon. The nibbling wolf is going to attack you.
Nibbler.
No, it doesn't have advantage. So it's 16. Sorry.
Misses.
So it nibbles, but the nibbles are coming. You know, like when you start playing with a cat, it goes from like gentle play to like almost like trying to savage your arm. You know, so basically, this wolf is definitely trying to hurt you, but just can't seem to get through the fact that you're not made of flesh and blood. It's just gnawing on you, but really no damage is being done at all. The final wolf is going to. I'm going to roll. So it's going to be fair. 1 or 2 is Timus. 3 or 4 is you, I'm afraid, William. Yep. So that's 3 Bane for whatever this wolf does. It's going to attack you with a bite. Will.
Okay.
So it's has pack tactics. Sorry, so it gets another attack, another roll.
Okay. Advantage. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just do it one more time.
Okay.
Yeah. Either way, it's not going to happen, is it? -3.
Nope. Yep. I'll block that with my shield.
Nice.
So your shield, your beautiful shield, which is the whole reason we're here.
Yeah.
You managed
Sorry, guys.
You managed to interpose it between yourself and the wolf as it lunges for another attack. It smashes face first into the embossed eye of your shield's scutum, and just gets knocked to the floor. Well, not prone, just gets knocked down. Away. All right, so she can pass through. So she can go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Can move 40. So she's going to go here. And Breeze going to. Breeze is going to cast. Sorry, thought I finished Breeze's character sheet. I hadn't quite finished it. So she. Casting modifier is. So you are going to gain back 3 hit points, Kenari.
Yay!
So she runs, listening to her pack leader's wish, dashes through her pack mates and runs towards you. She places her nose into your ear, cold, soppy, wet nose into your ear, and you hear a whispered prayer to some deity or of some form. It's hard to tell. Growls seem to be a part of the incantation, but you feel a sliver of life flow back into you, bringing you back to wakefulness. 3 HP to you. She rolled very badly.
Yay!
Next up is Zariel.
Okay, so still holding on to my spell. I'm not planning on letting go of those 2's leash, and I raise my right hand, conjure another small ball of radiance, and throw it again to the ground. Shade gets another glaring rune under his feet. He needs to make a dex save. 14.
Okay.
8 radiant.
It's a dex save, you said.
Dex save, dexterity.
Doesn't have advantage, it's to the left.
Anyways.
12. So he will get hit for 8.
8, yes.
Okay, how do you want this to look?
As this small ball of radiant flame goes down, the rune appearing, a blast of a blast of radiant energy just rises up as it burns flesh and fur, leaving pretty dead wolf.
Yeah. The black sword that was in its mouth dissipates into shadows. And it dissipates into shadows, and the form of this wolf basically just collapses to the ground as charred, misshapen corpse of the wolf.
I really like that sword. That's my turn.
I really wish I'd had that sword. Sorry, not that kind of sword.
That's everything I can do.
Okay, Timus is going to sort of looking where he is. It's going to sort of. Sorry, so that is one dead wolf. I learned about the X now. I'm going to use that.
I like it.
And Timus is going to look over at this wolf over here in front of you, trying to gnaw on you, Charon, and is going to basically cast his cantrip again.
Which one is it?
Firebolt.
Oh crap.
17. That's a hit. Doing 1d10 fire damage. Fire damage. Alright, so to your absolute horror, Charon.
Yeah, pretty much.
You just, for a minute, you hear this really cute sound. And then suddenly this fireball just lashes out from the side, smashes into the side of this wolf's face. Suddenly you are confronted by a burning mane on this wolf's head that was not there before. So that is damage. Lovely. Alright. And that is Timus's turn, leaving it to be Flame's turn. Flame is going to attack you, Will, because you attacked him last. I need Bane, please. Thank you. And
I always do it on race.
lovely. And I need to I have to take it off con checks as well, don't I? If I do an ability check, does Bane affect that as well?
So only saving throws and attacks.
It's on the left. No, he fails.
Okay.
And is going to do his normal attack now. So I was just seeing whether his fire breath had regenerated.
Okay.
It hasn't, so he's going to attack now with advantage.
I can't save this.
Oh man,
Sorry, it's a critical strike.
it's happening again.
on Will, doing
5, 10, 15.
7 damage, and I need you to take a strength saving throw, please.
Okay, still up, thankfully. All right, what do you say? Strength.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Strength.
That's a fail. And so you are knocked prone.
Okay. So I'm...
Chaotic Inspiration, don't forget it.
Oh, yep. I do have card inspiration. I will do that. Thank you.
I
Sarah.
remind everybody.
Plus 1. Meaning that you
But
need
it'll
it.
help. Right on.
Yep, so you stay up.
All right.
Okay, so the jaws seem to be. I mean, the problem with Flame's mouth seems to be unbearably hot, and so when he bites down into you, it feels like you can feel like searing brands burning into your skin. He tries to. You can also feel the heavy shoulder of this wolf try to smack you to the ground, but you stand your ground. A little bit of divine. You feel like a little bit of sort of the touch of the divine upon your shoulder, as your god strengthens you for but a mere moment that allows you to remain upon your feet. And next up is Charon.
Alright, so my wolfie is still alive. KENARI isn't prone anymore, neither is, so I don't need to spare the dying. Okay, so in that regard, I am probably going to do... Flame has taken some damage, correct?
Flame has taken some damage, yeah.
So I'm just going to, use my... Yeah, sorry, I'll see us, and...
Don't forget your shield is a concentration.
Yeah, and that one hasn't taken any damage yet, right? The one in front of me?
Yeah.
Oh, do we remember when KENARI was attacked that she had a shield on her?
I had a what?
You had a shield, but it was quite over, I think.
Yeah, it was 15. It wouldn't have mattered. The attack was 26.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Did this one have any damage done?
Yes.
Yes.
Took a fireball to the face of him to go.
Oh, that's true. Yes, thank you for reminding me. So, sorry, I didn't mean to forget. So, in that case, I'm going to do Toll the Dead on the one in front of me.
Okay, is Toll the Dead a ranged spell attack?
It's 60 feet range. But it doesn't say anything...
There's no advantage or disadvantage because you are literally asking for a will saving throw.
No.
So they got to take a... what's the stat they got to take again? It's a DC Wisdom saving throw, alright?
You're again rolled a d8. You have a d12.
No, I'll do that manually. That's fine.
It fails, you can roll a d12.
Okay. 9.
Okay. Let me see. I need to do a con check.
Yeah.
What was that?
Nice.
So my wolfie now is going to have to do a con check. Failing it. So let's see what happens.
So I rolled the... Ooh.
Okay, roll a 10. So it's not going to die.
Okay.
Sorry. It is can't take any reactions this turn.
Nice.
But this wolf is now looking incredibly poorly off.
Nice. So if it can't take reactions, I can move away without it choosing to do attack of opportunity. I will take that, and I will look to Bolt's group and go, I must go and help the others. Please take care of that one. and move.
Okay.
And as a bonus action, do I want to risk it? Because he's only there. So I'm going to be stupid and risk it. I'm going to use my bonus action to put down my shield and bring my sickle and make my sickle do a change into the scythe of Mum.
Okay.
And that is my turn.
So little sister becomes Mum.
Yeah.
Whatever it's called. I got it right. Lily becomes the mum. And basically you got your two-handed sickle out. Your two-handed scythe out now. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Bolt is going to listen to you. And she's just going to lift a giant paw and smack this wolf down that you've basically standing next to. Stay down. I'm going to roll it as a bite, but it's really just the thing. She's got advantage because she's got pack mates within 5 feet. So Bolt is just going to... This is non-lethal attack. Bolt just basically... It doesn't matter what I do. That wolf is going down with Bolt attacked. So this wolf is now... This wolf is not dead. It is... I'm going to just put that it is restrained and it's down out for the count. Restrained out of the game. It's knocked unconscious. William, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to bring my club across the face.
Okay.
17 for a total of 6 more bludgeoning damage.
You crack Flame across the jaw. be one or two teeth flying loose.
Free action to say, "No, wish to end you. Please end this."
Okay.
And I'll end my turn there.
All right. KENARI, you're up.
KENARI is going to...
Is lying down at the moment.
Yeah. Does getting up give her an action, or does it count
no,
as
giving
movement?
up to get half your movement to get up.
Okay, she's gonna get up, and then with the remainder of her movement, just step back to about here.
That will elicit a reaction from Flame. Unless, are you using your full... you can use your full action to disengage.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that, sure.
Alright, so you basically use your action to disengage, which means he can't attack you back. Do so.
Yeah, and that's where she's gonna stay. And she's
Okay.
gonna... No, she doesn't have the energy to do that. So she's gonna drop back down onto a knee and just, like, continue breathing pretty heavy. And
Okay.
unfortunately, having flashbacks.
Great. Ari is currently out of the combat. Shade is out. The other wolf has been set on fire and then smacked down multiple times. So there's only one wolf left to do the attack, and that is here. And so that one's going to attack Will, who is prone at the moment.
That's disadvantage when it attacks, isn't it? For when someone's prone?
It has advantage on the attack, but it already has advantage on the attack because of pack tactics.
Didn't I use my Cardic Inspiration to pass that?
Oh no, you stayed up, didn't you? That's right. But it doesn't matter because
My
it still has pack
apologies.
tactics.
Sorry.
So it's still gonna have its advantage.
Alright.
I'm trying not to sound too gleeful when I say this. So it'll try and bite, and it's baned. So with advantage, that would be a critical hit. And
Oh my.
oh
Can't help
no,
that.
I'm not doing it on purpose. I promise you.
Lies.
And it's going to do 15 damage.
Alright,
God.
that wolf takes down William.
Yeah, I need a con check, please.
Okay.
DC 15
Alright.
Fingers crossed I can help next turn.
on save. Yep. William, you're already so afflicted that further afflictions can't afflict you.
Yay!
You're like, this is not real pain. So unfortunately,
an
William
illusion.
goes down. William goes down to the wolf. You all watch as William is savaged by the wolf and thrown to the floor. Despite the glow, again, trying to hold it back, it just doesn't seem... It seems that the pack tactics these wolves are using are overcoming disadvantages that would normally be imposed by such a spell. Next up is Breeze, and wouldn't you know it, Breeze is going to go... and is going to cast... You gain 10 HP back. Will.
Alright.
So Will, Will, you go down, Breeze sees, and you just runs, he's running around in circles at this point. Runs to you, sticks her freezing cold nose in your in your ear, or rather against the side of your mask. But you still feel it, you know, the cold, wet, horridness of a dog's nose. And you get 10 HP back, bringing you back to consciousness.
Thank you.
Next up is ZARRIEL.
Okay, so ZARRIEL will turn his head slightly to the right and just whisper somewhat to himself. For a trained killer as yourself, you're a pacifist. Turn around, conjure another ball of light, throw to the ground, and a rune appears under flame. He has to make a dex save with Bane.
Okay.
Okay, -4 to the roll.
Sorry, it's a left only. I need to change it. It's 9 -4, so it's 5. He takes 4 radiant damage. I'm going to change that now. Sorry, it's because it's tactics. It's just easier to have it on advantage.
That's fine. I don't mind
okay.
it on. That's okay.
No worries.
So that's 4 damage. 4. It's radiant damage, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So you start to see Flame seems to be breathing harder. You can see again. I mean, it's not like Shade. This is a much tougher wolf, but you can definitely see the signs of battle wearing heavy on Flame's flanks at this point.
ZARRIEL starts closing his left hand. The radiant energy around Flame flickering, and he feels a little pull towards ZARRIEL as he calls at him. Try your fangs at me, you little puppy.
Oh, taunt! Okay, I'm actually going to roll a wisdom saving throw here. With -3, with -4 because of pain. Or -2 because of pain. Alright, so Flame just turns to you. I am no slave hound. And it now seems to be focused solely upon you, ZARRIEL. Congratulations.
Plan worked.
Okay, Timus is next, and so Timus is going to pass. Well, he's got his spells, but his spells are no. Well, I'm sure Timus has lots of wonderful spells, but this Timus version 0.1327 in alpha mode here is definitely not to the same standard as the other Timus. Is going to cast
something dark side.
This wizard has rubbish spells. Alright, so instead of casting a spell, he's going to like his little blobby hand forms and a little dagger pops out of it, and he takes a slash at the wolf right in front of him. So his ow! Get off me, stupid cat! Every 5 seconds you run over me. Sorry, this is not you guys. Brimming cat is using me as a springboard over and over again. It's run over me 3 times since we've started speaking.
Gotta love the scatty cat moments.
Get out!
That?
I'm going to close the door. Sorry, guys. 1 second.
Okay.
I totally wish you had the camera on for that.
The camera might have been tipped over because of
Probably.
the cat, I imagine.
Probably.
Literally running up me to get. I'm trying to concentrate on the game. Suddenly, this paw has come flying into my face. It's from nowhere. Okay. So that is Let's see. Not gonna hit. Oh, that's done anyway. That's Timus's turn. Flame is going to definitely attack ZARRIEL. And can I have a Bane, please? Because he's going to do a. Oh no, Bane wouldn't work for this because it's just a recharge. It's not a save of any kind. Sorry, I rolled Bolt, but it's the same thing. Not with advantage left. So yeah, Flame Breath comes back.
Okay.
So going to exhale in your general direction, ZARRIEL.
Okay.
And that will mean KENARI has to roll as well. Can I have a DC 13 Dex, please? ZARRIEL dodges. And KENARI.
I'm rolling what?
I need you to roll a dexterity.
Oh. 1 second. Dexterity save or dexterity...
Dexterity save.
Okay. Why didn't that go? Do the thing.
What'd you get?
Please do
Oh.
think.
Okay, they did go through. Okay, so ZARRIEL dives out the way. KENARI takes the full blast in the face because of it. Okay, sorry. So ZARRIEL, you see the flames start to grow in flames more as the fire lashes out from within the depths of his throat. You duck. KENARI, you did not see the danger coming, and you get slammed by the full force of the flames. Whereas ZARRIEL, you just take some peripheral burns from it. So it is 2d6 flame, and you take half as much damage. ZARRIEL.
What damage? Fire?
It is fire damage. Yeah. So it's 10 damage in total.
Okay.
And so you take 5, and KENARI, you take 10.
I'm prone again.
DC 15, please.
I don't think that matters.
Can you take a con check for me, please?
Oh, that's what you said. I was
Sorry,
like,
I didn't.
I don't think
I
my
should
armor
have said
class
that, but I
matters.
didn't. I should have said that, but I didn't. Yep, you're fine. Okay, so KENARI, you're prone, you're burned, you're singed, but you don't seem to feel anything shift or break inside you. You do fall prone.
Okay.
So Flame sort of growls down at you and says, "I'll eat all your corpses by day."
Okay. DM, just a quick question. From the start of this session, do I have Channel Divinity? Because I'm just trying to remember.
If you used it in the last session against the owlbear and you didn't take a long rest or short rest.
So I don't have it. Okay, that's what I just wanted to check. Okay, so KENARI is on 0 hit points. So I am going to do Spare the Dying. One sec, let me get there.
It's your bonus action then? Yep.
So just click the thing. Yep.
Okay, so KENARI, you're stable.
And then I have my scythe, and I think between the one that's above William and Flame, who's looking the worst for wear, would you say?
The other one doesn't seem to have taken any damage at all, so Flame looks probably a bit more worse for wear.
Alright, Flame's probably much more dangerous in comparison, so I will use my attack with Mum on Flame. So let me click that.
Hit.
That hits, nice. And I just need to double. So sorry, oh no, I just click it, don't I? And then it does the roll. Mum!
Do you not add your proficiency, or do you have any strength bonuses or anything to go with that? Because at the moment it's just rolling as 1d10. Didn't Mum have?
Let me open up a second.
It's strength based. What's your strength stat?
My strength stat is 11, 0.
Okay, so no bonuses.
No bonuses, no.
All right, so just three damage. All right, so you nick Flame's flank.
Yep. So I've done that. I've done my scythe, and I'm gonna stay where I am.
Gash.
Sorry.
Cut a small gash.
I cut a small gash.
In Flame's side.
Nice. I don't think I don't know whether it might be better to flank with William, but no, I think I'll stay where I am. I think that's my turn.
Okay, next is Bolt's turn. Bolt is going to 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah. And is going to dash over and again try and smack down the wolf in front of William. Is going to do that. It doesn't have pack tactics because you guys don't technically have allies.
Mm-hmm.
So it just has regular attack. And that is... So Bolt sort of spins around. There's been enough fighting! She dashes forward and tries to tackle the wolf that's looming near William. And is going to try... this again, this is like a
non-lethal.
Non-lethal. She's going for non-lethal. And not have advantage. Right. Yeah. 8. Okay. Alright, so that means that it is 4. I need to take a con check for that wolf. So that wolf... Sorry, I need to take a con check for that pack wolf. 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have advantage. Left number. It fails.
Is that a save or?
It's a con save, yeah. So it'll be even less with Bane. -1 to 7.
On the first is 17 for the attack. Sorry.
Okay.
Who is it attacking?
No, Bolt is attacking.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
Okay.
Bolt's attacking the wolf that's standing there, getting ready to be
1.
hit.
So 1. Sorry. I spaced
Fine.
out for a second.
Sorry. 1d10. So 6 means that... Okay, so that wolf can't take reactions, has disadvantage on all attack rolls and ability checks till the end of its turn. So, yeah, so that wolf is looking like it's been shot by Bolt's attack. Sort of a small bolt of that you can see around Bolt's teeth as she lashes out. That lightning crackles within her jaws as she snaps, almost like a stun gun, you know, like a taser, as she bites into this wall. Okay, Bolt is over, and it's William's turn.
Okay, William will raise his wooden club another time.
You need to stand up first.
I do, yes. I will use half my movement to stand up, and while I'm rising, I will bring up my wooden club with that.
Okay. Which one are you attacking?
I was attacking Shade, so that totally would have.
Flame. Okay, so
Flame. Yep.
yeah. So you try to lash out, but but maybe just because it took the angle from rising was just wrong, and you tried to hit Flame around the face again, and the dark spurred wolf just jerks its head out of the way in time, actually missing.
Okay. That's all I can do.
Okay, KENARI, you're stable. You're fine, but you can't do anything, I'm afraid.
Okay.
You don't have to roll death saves, though.
I do or I don't?
You don't, because Karen stabilized you.
So do I have like 1 hit point left, or?
No, you're unconscious at the moment.
Okay, but I can mark my successes.
Yeah, you're successful. You're stable. You don't have to worry about slipping off into the land of the dead.
Okay, just so it shows up on my thing, so I don't have to keep thinking I make death. It doesn't keep prompting me to make death saves. I added just 1 hit point, but I'm gonna.
That's fine. No problem. No problemo.
She can't do anything.
Shade's done. That wolf is out for the count. This wolf is going to have a disadvantage on whatever he tries to do. This wolf is going to do something very stupid and lash out at Bolt with Bane -2 and disadvantage. It will have advantage because Flame is within range, so it cancels out neutral. It's just a neutral roll. Go away, cat. Pack wolf, normal, bite attack. Misses entirely. Snaps out at Bolt, but other than that, it appears that that nothing, no effect at all. Doesn't even connect with Bolt. Breeze is going to risk an attack opportunity. She dashes out, so Flame is going to do a reaction and attack her. In fact, no, he wouldn't, because she is part of his pack. So, I'm going to say he'll hold his reaction, because he's sort of more focused on you, ZARRIEL, at the moment.
Okay.
And she's going to come to you, KENARI, and that is her last spell slot. So that's 4 HP to you, KENARI.
How much?
4 hit points.
I will take it.
Again, the dreaded cold nose of awakening is pressed within thine ear hole.
Okay.
And 4 great pee flows into you.
As she feels her life come back into her, her eye open with a weird intensity, and her claws dig into the ground, but she doesn't get up because she can't.
So. Fantastic. Okay, I can't wait till it's KENARI's turn now. ZARRIEL, your turn.
Okay. So, whom of the wolves, him and the little one, looks worse?
Probably Flame.
Okay.
I mean, we're looking at like ratios of HP and everything. You know, Flame is probably looking the worst for wear.
Okay. He will again, his left hand, he will close his grip even further, tugging again at Flame and his last standing companion. Come on, little puppy, you're going to bark at your master? Come, get some! And Sacred Flame at him.
Just check. Did you do a con save when you? Did you have to do a con save when you were hit by the fireball that he shot at you?
I did. Is that
fine? That's fine. So DC 14 with what's the Bane?
This 14 with Bane is 2. DC for dexterity.
Again, 18. So -2, 16. So that's a miss, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
So you Sacred Flame and basically what is how?
I try to taunt him. I instead of going to the ground, I ground under me to hit him. I go even further under him, and the energy goes between behind Charon.
I was gonna say, just incinerate Shade's corpse further, just like just deep frying this sword over and over again.
That's my turn.
Lovely. Okay, Timus is going to move because this wolf cannot do reactions at the moment. So he's going to move 5, 10, 15, 20. No, there. No, he's going to try and again fireball. Firebolt. Sorry, not fireball. That's a very big difference in D&D. Remember that, DM. And he's going to try and cast that on the wolf there. And fails miserably. Timus treats himself to a little fireworks display in the corner, just shooting far up into the sky, where it dissipates in a small burst of shiny embers. Next up is Flame, and Flame is going for you again, ZARRIEL.
As expected.
I'm going to do a con check to see whether he gets his fireball breath back. He doesn't. So he is now going. So he's just going to bite out at you instead. He does not have pack tactics against you. That is a 14.
A miss. My AC
Miss?
16.
Yeah.
Your AC 6. How do you have AC 16 as a sorcerer?
15 mage armor plus 15 dex plus 2 bonus, 15 AC.
Okay.
I
I need to remember about your major armor. How long ago did we cast it now?
8 hours because I had to recast it. I have 6 hours left, maybe.
Yeah, okay, cool. Just checking because it's hard. Sometimes hard to remember between sessions. It's been 2 weeks for me. It's been 2 weeks
I
for me.
think about this game a lot. I love your DMing. I tug on his leash, bringing him down. Not now.
Okay. Oh, you really eaten by this guy, don't you? Alright, so no, that's a miss from Flame. Charon's turn.
Okay, and DM, I made a mistake last turn because last time I attacked Flame, and but I should have remembered that I actually was flanking with ZARRIEL. But
Yeah, advantage.
Yeah, so anyway, so this time I'll remember. So
Okay.
I'm going to use my action. Yeah, I'm going to go with my action first. I haven't used Mum for a little bit, so I will. Let me just select advantage. Good. And then, yeah, and then I'm going to use Mum against Flame.
That's a miss.
Come on. And now the cat's trying to get into
Swing
this room.
wild. The Flame is just too. It's Flame's hindquarters are like jumping back and forth as he's trying to bite at ZARRIEL, and
Yeah.
you just keep trying to. I will cut off that tail, and you just keep.
I don't
And
really
it's-
have a cantrip that I could use that is attack for like with a bonus. So I think.
Okay.
Ooh, I'm just having a look. Just one sec. I've got one more spell remaining. Do you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do this. On top of what ZARRIEL's done, I'm gonna add on to that, and I'm going to use maybe command.
Is that a bonus action? Command?
No, it isn't actually. You're correct. So no, I can't do that. Okay, so no, that's a shame. Anyway, so that will be my turn.
All right. Bolt is going to do exactly what she did before. She's going to try and bite the other wolf in a non-lethal fashion. And is going to, I believe that's going to miss. That misses. Unfortunately, she snaps out at the other wolf, but the other wolf is fleet and catches around her jaws. William, you're up.
Okay, again, I'm just pounding on this this poor wolf with my shillelagh the third time.
That's a hit. That's on Flame, yeah?
There we go.
Little wolf, isn't
Yep,
it?
on the big one.
Oh, the big one. Cool.
Big one. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Is it the big one?
for a total of 5 damage.
All right. Okay. You can see that you can see that the Flame is swaying now slightly, not standing as tall or proud as he once did. Seems to be favouring one of his hind legs over the other. Okay. Is that everything, William?
Yep, I'll let my turn there.
KENARI, your turn.
KENARI is going to use half her movement to push herself up, and her eyes have like glossed over and they just have this weird like dull glow behind them as she moves about 5 feet and draws her longbow, and staring down the creature without actually looking at it, she knocks an arrow and lets it go.
Ooh, nice.
Okay. Atuk. Ooh.
Yeah, it does.
Now, That's not gonna hit, I'm afraid.
I wanted it to work with
11.
the narrative, but the narrative was like, no.
It would. I wish I could lower it for you because that
No,
sounded
it's
really
okay.
cool. But I mean, your first shot, because you're still so jarred from your near-death experience, goes wild and speeds by the flank. Does your hunter's mark do anything? By the way, you're shooting with your bow. Do you get like, any pluses or anything?
No, I did two-handed weapon attack stuff, which is kind of annoying. Now that I'm looking back, because I'm like, Hunter's Mark, I'm looking. It says, until the spell ends, you deal an extra 1d6 damage to the target whenever you hit it with a weapon.
Yeah, you gotta hit first.
Yeah.
Dang it. Okay. Okay, cool. Unfortunately, so...
It's okay. It's okay. I've just had crappy rolls all day. So
Is it bad that the DM can be in tears about this? It's like, that would have been so cool.
It's okay. It's okay. It was either that or something else, but I thought I would get more at my place. Oh, apparently there's a parade of sirens. That's fantastic. Okay. Sorry, HD kicking in right for your viewing pleasure. Yeah, no, it just means I'm gonna have to try something else if I can get her to last that long.
That's okay. Alright, so the next up is Shade is gone, the other one's gone, so it's just the wolf. It's just the final wolf here. Is going to turn around and try and attack Will again. And so that is Pack Wolf. It has its pack tactics, and is going to fight you, Will. Definitely missing, I believe. Is that because I think that a 5 is going to miss you? Yes.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
So this is again, the wolf is just like nibbling gently on the side of your shield, giving it a few tentative licks. So Breeze has got nothing left now. Breeze is going to... Breeze is going to reach back and is going to... Oh, that can't be good. Is going to... A very cold nose to your back, ZARRIEL. And is going to cast guidance on you.
Thanks.
You feel a freezing cold nose in the small of your back. You just feel this freezing cold, wet nose in the back of your back, and she gives you guidance.
Okay.
And you're up, ZARRIEL.
Okay, I... Again, for the last time. Major Demise Flame. I tug on the leash one last time and I cast through it a Sacred Flame.
Okay. See. Okay, and that's with a Bane.
Yes.
Bane fails, he gets a 0.
Yes.
Flame fails to Bane. Why is everything either alliteration or rhyme at the moment?
I don't know.
Take 6 radiant damage. Okay. Okay, Flame looks to be on his last legs now. Definitely panting, definitely sort of tilting to one side, barely able to keep one of his eyes open. Which is a fur missing.
I tug, that last tug sends a bolt of radiant energy down itself as a rune appears where this golden leash connects to him, and that's the burn he receives. That's my turn. I have actually, I'm going to use 5 feet of movement to move out of his reach, trying to provoke him. Does he do anything?
Yes, he's going to take an attack of opportunity against you.
Okay.
So that is right attack.
13. That's not
With he doesn't have any advantage, I don't believe. So that would be a 13. So that would be a miss. Yeah.
Yeah. I smile back at him and I'm moving closer.
You just stole his reaction from him. I love it. Okay. Next up is Timus.
Hey.
And Timus is going to go, well, I think that I'm going to set this one on fire. Not the one who's named after fire, the other one. And fireball. A firebolt. Firebolt. Distinction. And again, misses entirely. Basically, he's just lobbing flaming loogies into the air at the moment. Just like... Flame is definitely going to attack you, ZARRIEL. You're taunting him and making things very difficult for him. I need to see whether his fire breath comes back. Does not. He's going to try and bite you.
Okay. Oh no, even without Bane.
No,
I
failed.
took again at him, bringing him down a little. Come on, not again.
Oh, wow, okay. Charon, your turn.
Okay. I would like to use my last spell slot to do Guiding Bolt on Flame.
Yes!
And then afterwards I'm going to do Toll the Dead as well, I think. If I... Cause for some reason it's still not sticking in my head that I can do both. So, okay, so Guiding Bolt on Flame.
You're rolling with disadvantage if you're within 5 feet.
Yeah.
It doesn't...
You can move, though, because the reaction's been taken already.
It doesn't say anything about a range...
It's a ranged spell attack. Any ranged attack within 5 feet has disadvantage.
Oh, I don't know why it did it twice. I don't know why it's got advantage. Is it meant to have advantage? Sorry. It might have been for when I was using one. I might have forgotten to take it off. So
technically it has disadvantage, so it's an 8.
It's an 8, okay. So I'm taking that doesn't go through. And...
That's what I'm afraid.
But can I use Cardiac Inspiration? Or would that not work?
Oh, you told me before I said it didn't work. Bit late now, sorry, darling.
Okay, no, that's okay. So then I'm going to use... Because that was an action, so bonus action, yeah. So I will do... oh no, no, I can't, because that is that's an action. Okay, so what do I have as a bonus? Nothing, okay. Actually, what is... No, I just looked at that. So I was looking at Guiding Bolt, and that was an action as well, wasn't it? If I remember correctly. So, yeah, that's an action. So I can't... Bonus... I don't think there is anything that I can do, to be fair. Yeah, bugger. I was really hoping that was going to work. I have no spell slots left. Okay, I end my turn.
Okay. Bolt is going to attack that wolf again. That is to the side. Pack wolf. Try and subdue it. Yep, that goes through. Does 3 damage to that wolf. Stay down! She screams. William, you're up.
Okay, seeing that ZARRIEL has got into advantage, I will attack him with advantage. I'll bring it up underneath his chin.
Okay.
Uppercut.
That's a hit.
24 for a total of 10.
What do you want this to look
damage.
like?
Ooh.
Alright.
Yeah.
I'm still cowering beneath my shield. Then I'm just gonna grip onto my other hand, send that radiant light through my shillelagh, and bring it up underneath this wolf's chin and just knock him out.
Are you going non-lethal or lethal? You said knock him out. I don't know what you mean. Kill
I'll
or...
do not. He seems very. I don't think in the midst of battle I would do non-lethal damage. It'd be
That's
nice,
lethal
but-
damage. So you hear a sickening crunch as your shillelagh, sort of hits down and at the under the chin of this creature. Hits up under the chin of this creature. Flame's neck snaps back, and you can see it lolling. You can see it, his neck lolling at an unnatural angle as his body collapses to the floor, dead.
And I
Kenari,
want to.
Yeah.
I just want to look around. I just killed a wolf, so I just want to look around cautiously.
Okay.
In my turn there.
Okay.
Does it-
Yeah. Before we do anything else, Kenari's turn. Before we do anything else, what do you want to do, Kenari?
Well, let me ask a clarification question first. Does it look like now that the one that they've been siding with is dead, does it look like anybody else is going to be making attacks?
It doesn't look well. The one that's been fighting with Bolt seems to be lashing out back and forth, snarling. The others are all sort of standing away, watching the proceedings.
Okay. In still that haziness, she's going to lower down, and in her throat, welling up, you can see her lightning breath starting to
Ooh.
boil as she lets it go.
What's
If you
the,
do that, you will cook Zariel.
what's the DC? Okay, Dex save.
Zariel dodges. I don't think you can hit anyone else but Zariel. It's a cone of 15.
I don't think it's a cone. I think it's a 30-foot. It's got a 30-foot
Is yours-
range.
Oh, is yours it's like a light, just a bolt of light? Is it?
Yeah, it's you can reach your accent. Determine your draconic ancestry determines the size, shape, and damage. Yeah, it's literally just like a
line.
single large lightning bolt that zips out like a snake almost to find its target, and like
Okay, so
the
it's a
lightning
30-foot line.
it almost like chomps down.
So in direct line, basically, it's just Zariel and Bolt who can get hit by the lightning.
What? But I went.
Oh,
This
wait, no,
way.
you're shooting directly at that one. That's fine. Okay, so
Yeah, I
Zariel-
was aiming for this
Okay.
one, so
So that's fine. So Zariel has already done his, and so now it's the other wolf's turn. Pack Wolf, and it's the what's the save that it has to take?
Is it 11?
Dex.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
And Bane it's got a left. So what? How much damage does it do?
a creature takes 2d6 damage on a failed save and half as much damage on a successful one. The damage increases to 3d6 at 6th level. Oh, so that's
Okay.
irrelevant.
So you take
but-
2d6. Take 2d6 damage.
Do I roll that or do you roll
Yeah,
that?
you roll that. You get to roll that.
So 2d6.
Your lightning bolt. Which, correctly, is enough to cook this wolf. What does it look like as it hits the wolf?
So as this, it's kind of like how I was describing earlier. It comes out like a single lightning bolt that almost snakes its way through the air, and it splits open like the jaws of a snake and clamps.
Oh, I
Shut.
love it. Jerks with uncontrollable spasms as its body is invaded by the lightning of your breath. You see its skin starting to char and smoke as the powerful voltage just lances through it again and again, dealing unfathomable amounts of damage to its internal organs and its muscles. The wolf collapses to the ground, dead. And that brings us out of combat. And
I will
Shade,
say
you get
that,
to-
like, as soon as that leaves her body, though, KENARI collapses down onto the ground again. Not prone, just, like, collapses.
collapses down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can William kind of drop down on one knee and bow his head in front of the wolf and said, "I'm sorry, I did not wish that to happen. We came here in peace. I'm sorry."
Bolt looks at you, and you can see some anger in her eyes, but she looks around at the few wolves that have died, and you see like almost like a resigned look come over her face. And she says, "And I attacked you first, Bolt, but I think you will be missed. He was not always thus. The ravages of the unintended intellect that was inflicted. It was too much for him. It became too complicated, and the dangers surrounding him, day in and day out, night after night, just, you understand? I hold no grudge against you for defending yourselves. You wolves would do the same, but please restrain yourselves now. We need to return to the negotiate."
I put away my weapons.
Same.
Yes. You have my word. I will work towards any peace agreement in the future between you and the city.
I go over to put a hand on William's shoulder and I look at her. We came here as messengers, but it ended up that we had to be the blade that strikes down peace. We did not want this, but Zara turns to look at William. As my friend said here, we can help.
She looks at you and she says, as I said to your friend, do not expect you to defend yourselves with facts. But it will take some time before you will be fully welcome in our camp again. We'll have to get over the loss of their loved ones. But before you go and take my message back to your leaders, I'm afraid we have no healing besides what Breeze is able to give them, sort of like the wolf in the green. Over sort of sits haunches by Bolt's side, and it appears that she has expended most of her magical power in this conflict. But let us give you a few trinkets, say thank you, and for your understanding after Flame's treachery. She sort of like leads the way into the den. 1 second. Let me just get to the whole thing where I can reveal areas. There we go.
While she's about to lead them, Charon sort of, with his foot, gives KENARI a little nudge on her shoulder and is like, "Are you okay?"
She turns and like releases like a pretty vicious growl at you, which is surprising. And then her eyes kind of come back and she just looks away and slowly stands up and just says, I need a moment. Alone. And she walks off towards the tree, stepping over, and stays outside the camp. And popping a good berry in her mouth as she walks.
I will eat these by the fistful.
So, can I eat 2 of them now?
You can, but you will feel very full. You will feel McDonald's full, like you've eaten 2 days worth of food.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Carol
She's got 2 stomachs, so it's fine.
It's fine. I love it. Yeah. Okay.
Feel both stomachs. It's good. So that's 8 points of healing.
Yep.
Karen looks
All
confused
right.
as she walked away. It was like almost about to follow, but it's like he thinks back to a book that he's been reading recently, and it's like shakes his head and sort of like starts walking back to go with the others.
Okay. Inside the cave, there is a central chamber where Bolt is currently standing, and 3 smaller sub-chambers. You can see the central chamber is kind of its main living and sleeping area. There are piles of bones in the southeastern corner. The floor is dotted with large piles of leaves and cloth that look like rudimentary kind of beds. You also see upon the walls very crude depictions, like cave painting drawings of hunting wolves in charcoal and white ash. You also see a series of images that seem to depict the pack fighting with a mysterious cloaked person who appears to be sort of attacking the wolves with living shadows. The west, you can see a chamber to the west. You see there's it's like what's like a storeroom in there. There are goods, and you can see a lot of stolen sheep in there. There's a couple of bags with made of leather, and there's some bags of wool there as well. A couple of other items, knives, a shovel, a few other bits of mundane equipment, and a few pouches. You also see a crude fence that seems to be made out of fallen branches. That's towards the left, and you see the noise of. So you see a sort of, and in there there's almost like a beyond that fence you see a number of small young pups. Half a dozen young wolves are asleep there, and you can see this is kind of almost like their nursery, their pen for their young. There's a pair of wolves guarding that, as well as another wolf which seems to be in conversation with them, the same one that was sent in from outside. Wolves look at you alertly and sort of mistrustfully, but they don't move from their posts. You'll also see there's like towards the east. So towards the east. I've got the wolves in the wrong place. Sorry. The wolves should be those 3 wolves. No, those wolves should be there. That's right. Sorry, and sorry to the directly in front of you. There seems to be like a meeting area. And that meeting area it contains a small fire. There's a smoke escaping through a hole in the cave roof, but it's not empty. It's empty. Breeze brings you in, and she sort of the other wolf, the other wolf from outside. Bolt brings you in, and Breeze alongside her walks alongside her, and Bolt turns to her and says, "You know which items," and Breeze sort of disappears into the sort of the storage room, and a few moments later is back with several items which she places in front of you. There is a large pouch. So there's 2 large pouches, and an amulet, a ring, and a broomstick.
May I inspect the ring? How does it look, actually?
Do an Arcana check for me.
Best stat. I'm using Karikits without combat.
All right, go on then.
6.
All right.
12.
You can tell that this ring is enchanted. some sort of magic. It appears that you will need to spend some time around the ring to really understand what it does. It seems to it's a beautiful ring. It's sort of made out of gold, and it's a red gemstone inlaid, chased with silver.
I shake my head. I shake my head at it and offer it to William. I have enough of
Are
jewelry.
these offerings for us?
Yes,
Are these offerings?
you can take them back with you as a show of our good faith and as apologies for Flame's actions. Please, we need you to work out something with your leaders. We cannot leave again. We need somewhere to live and be safe.
Well, beings that you have gained sentience and you're, well, at least you are rational and you will raise these cubs to be rational as well. I do not see why it wouldn't be a problem that you could have this ground and maybe some of this forest for your own. And if you patrol the outers and kill some of the undead like you said you would, I think the city might even pay you in a couple of lambs, or so you wouldn't have to steal the cattle. You can't do that
Any arrangement
again.
you can make any arrangement that you can make that
Okay.
will allow us. I explained to you my terms. All we wish is a
Okay.
place of safety and a place to rear our young, protect our elderly. We will happily engage as if it takes. We will do our part within this settlement. As I said, we can the scouts. We can maybe thin some of the herd outside of your settlement. But my terms are, I mean, the non-negotiable terms is we
Okay,
must have somewhere to stay.
Okay, well, I see your terms, but on speaking on behalf of the city, I'd only think that they would have some terms as well. One being that you stay within the confines of the forest unless you're patrolling, or unless you're patrolling the designated outskirts, as said. No roaming around the streets, and also you can't steal any more cattle. That's something that can't happen again.
As long as the game remains plentiful within the forest, we shall. I can agree to those terms. Find some way of trade to provide
I
us
think we might
with
have
some of the extra food that we need,
Uh,
particularly during the birth of new pups. When we have many young, it would be preferable to have some support from the city.
Carol nods.
Do you know what the I forget what's the altar in the forest?
The altar of Pyros.
The altar of Pyrrhus. You know of that place.
We know of it. Yes.
I think that is a perfect neutral ground for your kind and our kind to meet in the future.
Well, as you understand, I wish to put my affairs in order. But then
Okay.
once we have dealt with the aftermath of Flame's betrayal, I will happily meet with your city's assigned leaders to discuss.
On that note, Carol sort of walks. I sort of walk out, and I sort of scratch my head like I'm thinking about something, and then go over, get my parchment and ink out, and start making little markings of Flame and his allies on the paper. I'm trying to work out as I'm doing my prayer, like, which one do I use? I'm trying to think of, like, do I use the pure animal one, or do I use the one that's more sentient? I end up going with the more sentient one, which takes about, I'd say, probably like about five-ish minutes to do, and as going to each one.
Okay, that is fine. All right, so you basically there are several pouches in front of you, an amulet, a broom, and the ring, which I believe is already in Will's possession.
I'll just put it in the chat so we can identify it later, and then we'll see who can take whatever it is. So, the pouches.
Who's carrying the broom?
I guess I'll carry it.
So there's two pouches, ring, an amulet, and a broom. Yeah, good. All right.
Okay. I put my hand on my chest and kind of bow to Bolt and say, "We'll meet. If you'd like to meet at dawn, we'll have somebody watching the amulet or your presence."
Me in the shrine.
Yeah, at the shrine. Yes.
I will come in person. Seems best that I lead from the fore in this case.
It will really help. It would really help your case to see you talking and speaking in such eloquent ways, knowing that you're not just another beast. You're more than that. It would help your cause.
I appreciate it. But if you will leave us for now, I must grieve and spend some time alone.
Okay, I bow my head and exit the cave with the items.
Okay, so you're basically out in the clearing again. Where do you want to go?
We need to go to the back to Granny,
Yeah, I'll say
and
so.
then maybe set up. Would she be a great emissary of the city, or do we need some like elected official or something?
You can go back to well, she's the one who gave you the quest, so to speak. So you can go and speak to her if you wish.
Granny,
Let's
tell
do
her.
that.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to. So it won't take. So it's not going to take too long. It will take me probably take you about. Now you know the direction to go. Take about half an hour. So to get back there, maybe close to 45 minutes. To get back to the grove, and as you approach the grove, you can see that Granny Atmos is not there, but Nanny is. She's sitting smoking a giant pipe. Her two lads either side of her, and she's just sort of sitting there smoking and chortle a big sort of jug with something that seems a big steaming haze coming out of it that seems to curdle the air around it. And she seems to be having a whale of a time, sitting on a small stone near the shrine of Pyros.
What time of day?
Staring at you. It was midnight when you met Granny. Probably about 2 a.m.
Does Nanny seem like a good emissary of the city?
I think we have to talk to her first.
Nanny sees you and she's like, "Cootie!" Just sort of waves at you.
Oh, Charon's face is just dishevelled. Oh.
Oh, Cootie, you not over here?
Kenari's gonna walk past them and go to the altar, and out of her bag pull out the 4 owl bear claws, or like the owl bear claws that she had collected, and she's gonna set them on the altar, and then she's gonna stand close enough that she can listen to the conversation, but you can tell her headspace is not there.
Okay. All right. So you're going to be. So you're placing them at the altar.
Yep.
Okay. In that case...
You can continue with whatever they're doing and
Alright,
and
so
circle back to her later. I'm just giving you a heads up of where she is, because right now
Alright.
she went to flashback land, and she's in a very different headspace than the rest of the group right now, so...
Okay, well, if you are... here's basically what happens. As you place those 4 owlbear talons upon the shrine of Pyros, you feel a great... so almost like it feels almost like a feeling of pride, but it's a feral feeling, like pride at the kill, pride at the hunt, pride at the chase. Almost like a shot of adrenaline flashes through your body. Pyros is pleased with your offering. Killed a mighty foe, and you did so in the manner of a hunter, not one who was trying to toy with their prey. You also showed great restraint and knowing when to let your prey go. You are going to receive the blessing of Pyros.
Ooh.
So for the next 24 hours, you have advantage on any survival check or perception check. You also, when you are attacking a beast, you do an extra 2 damage.
Okay, so 24 hours, blessing. I do a what? A plus attack on damage?
So
Plus
whenever you
2
attack,
damage.
a beast, not a monstrosity, but a beast, animal, some kind, you get plus 2 damage for your attacks.
Okay, I've made that in notes.
Okay. So yes, blessings of Pyros have been given in this game so far. I'm really excited. You guys are so pious and holy. Harry's like, I'm not.
Karen just looks at the others and just like, it's like, I don't want to speak, I don't want to speak. He doesn't say that, he just gives this impression like, tell her everything, I don't want to talk to that woman. Sort of like body language. She's like staring at ZARRIEL and KENARI, well, not so much KENARI, sort of like seeing her like body posture, even though he's not very good at understanding why and what that's about. It's very much just sort of like looking, just sort of like eyeing ZARRIEL and like William, just like, just do it, just tell her the stuff.
Nanny first of all sees what you're doing, KENARI, and she gives you she sees what you're doing, KENARI, and she gives you like a proper solemn nod, as if to say, "Good job." Because she also then looks over and sees Charon, and she brightens up, and a big smile breaks open her lovely wrinkled apple-looking face, and she. There he is! I've got something for you, my lad!
I doubt there's anything you have I want.
And she throws something at you.
Can I do a dex thing to see if I catch it?
Yeah. Go on then, do a dex save.
Oh, no, it doesn't like smash me in the face. Let me do you want like a dex save or just a...
do it. Just do a dex. Just do a acrobatics check to see how you do.
Cool. Which is a 0, so that'll be interesting.
Okay, you fumble with the thing we just thrown at you and it falls to the floor. To your horror, you see it's the bonnet you were trying on in the shop.
If he could
we
blush,
thought you looked so fetching in that.
If they could
We
blush,
thought you might like it.
I don't know what you're talking about. Is there any way, because it's like 2 a.m. and it's probably quite dark, if there's a way of like stealth check, like trying to take it to put in the bag?
Yeah, wisdom. Do a wisdom check to see whether you have strength of will
No, I'm asking whether I can do a sleight of hand check to see if I can take
it's going to be
it
hard with the
without
bonnet.
I know, but
a bonnet's kind of hard to palm, so with disadvantage, please.
Okay, disadvantage just for shiggles. Because there's no wisdom for this. It's going to be like it's going to try and take it.
Okay. So, all right. So you very badly tried to sneak the bonnet behind you from the ground. lifting it. Everybody can see it as it's slowly going into your bag, and you think you're being really sneaky. Kind of think like Drax from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
I stand so still, and no one knows that I'm even here. You know, that sort of thing.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, it's very much the lines of like, hey, look over there. There's something going on over there, and just turns around with the bonnet and just tries to shove it in its bag.
Nanny sort of looks around with wide-eyed innocence. Where did it go? It was on the floor a minute ago, and now it's gone.
The wind blew it away.
Indeed it did. Right into your pack, if I'm right so. Well, you might as well keep it.
Don't know what you mean.
You never know when it could be used as a makeshift net or something.
No clue what you're talking about. Anyway, ZARRIEL and William have stuff to talk to you about. He just tries to change the subject.
Where's Granny?
Well, the reason Granny's having you do this is that she's been called in by the Triumvirate to talk about this sort of stuff. Been going on down here. I can send her a message. She'll be here shortly. Moment.
Okay, well,
sort of looks glassy-eyed for a moment, and then done. She'll be here shortly. How did it go?
Okay.
Did you manage to kill them wolves?
A few, but we have we're looking to broker a treaty between them. We need to speak with Granny.
Treaty? We didn't
Yes,
know that
I think
wolves were
both
good at
parties-
all that.
Yes, neither did I. But you'll be very surprised about these wolves. But I'll wait until Granny gets here to start talking terms.
We've dealt with the problem, we just need somebody to talk it out. On another note, the wolves actually had some things that they wanted to give us and present the broom. Can you tell us if this is just an ordinary house object or something else? And I just point to...
She looks at it and she starts laughing uproariously. Oh, she's been wondering where that went. Julie left it in the forest clearing for a moment. Oh, you've got it. Oh, that's funny. Oh, Granny's going to have a laugh when she gets... Well, she won't have a laugh. She never laughs, but... Can't wait to see her face.
Okay.
Zariel's really confused and looks at William. Show her the rest. I'm wondering if she'll have a laugh about those two.
What did you get?
I open my pouch and show her the 2 pouches, the ring amulet, and the amulet.
Okay, so in the pouch, you're opening it. In one of the pouches, you tip to the floor, or you tip into your hand. There are a number of gemstones, 2 citrine, 2 zircon, 2 bloodstone, and an onyx, each worth about 50 gold.
Okay.
And in the other pouch, you see a couple of objects. One is a carved bone scrimshaw of 5 sisters kneeling before a chalice.
KENARI.
There's also a carved statuette of a hoofed elf with a crown of antlers. And there's also a pair of engraved bone dice. 6, where the 6 would normally be, is replaced with the image of a star on both dice.
Do these have any significance to you?
Not for me. Those look like they might have belonged to maybe people from the 5 mills. Could be something belonging to them. But don't normally might think they're just bone here. Kind of a bit of a touchy subject, you know? Not with all of them skeletons outside. But they look like they could be worth a few gold to the right person.
When you got the right person?
Oh, To me? Well, I'll buy them from my shop if you want. I'll give you...
Yeah.
Oh, I'll give you 150 gold for those. All of them.
For the gems you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about them lovely knickknacks you've got there. Treat them
Are they just knickknacks? Do they have any value? Like any magical value?
I can't be feeling any magic coming off them. But
Okay, can I roll?
possibly
insight
could
check
be
on her?
enchanted. It's a nice material, some of these. Obviously, a lot of care gone into their development, you know.
DM
Alright, I want to roll an insight check on her to see if
Okay.
she's telling the truth or she's trying to
DM
hide
question.
stuff.
Sorry.
Yes, of course.
Has Zariel heard of flying brooms? Please tell me.
I don't know. Would Zariel have heard of them in his past at any point?
His sister knows about this. His family has dealt with a lot of magical items and artifacts. I
Okay,
think he
well,
would probably.
maybe Zariel has heard of them before, if it fits in with his background, then maybe.
May I get 50 feet away from the group and try to activate this thing? He thinks he from her expression that it might be magical. He will try to see if it is.
Okay, now if it is a magical broom, you would know it needs a command word. You need to know what that command word is to make it work.
He will try go and he will try fly, those two.
Granny's watching you try this.
I'm 50 feet away from them. I just said that I'm going away from
Oh,
them.
you're going over there, are you? Okay,
Yeah.
well, you'll wait for them in the corner trying to do it. Alright, neither command seems to induce any reaction from the broom.
Okay. I'll go back.
Kenari steps a few feet into the chair. Okay. Aww. Out of character. You two stop it, you're making me laugh.
Bruh, she is like, yeah, she is like done for right now. She almost died like 3 times. She's not having a good day anymore.
You also see one of the other objects beside the ring and the broom is an amulet, and the amulet is made of seems to be chased gold and platinum. It has a symbol of an eye, a blinded eye upon it, like there's an arrow. The eye is being pierced by the arrow. So Granny looks at them over and she's, "Oh, those are some nice items you've got there."
Do you have the identify spell?
I do, yes.
Could you
I don't want
identify?
to be. I can, I suppose. How about you throw one of those gems for free? Then I'll do it for you.
For all the items identified?
And then I'll do all of them.
Okay, that seems like a good idea. Good terms.
I pushed
Right.
the broom in his hand, including this.
I don't need the identify spell to tell you what that does. I'll let you know when Granny arrives. But the other two, I can do that for you now.
Okay, I hand them over so she can identify them.
So she sort of holds the two in her hand, and for a minute there, it looks like she's going to start juggling them or something stupid like that. But then she sort of like weighs them in her palms, and you see almost like a greenish glow envelop her hands, and a third eye, like the symbol of a third, almost like a glowing characteristic of a third eye appears on her brow. She sort of weighs up the amulet in one hand. It's going to take some time for whoever uses this to get used to it. But, ooh, that's interesting. Let me just check something, because I really do need to check this now. I just realised what might happen.
It explodes and the face and Caravan goes,
I can't get I know this here amulet is magical, but I can't get anything from it. Nothing at all. Strange. I suppose you just have to wear it or hold on to it for a while to find out what it does. I promise, I'm sorry, but it seems like it's not allowing me to actually find anything out with my spell. For some reason.
I believe her.
Yeah. Yeah, she actually looks a bit shocked. Like her spell didn't work.
Okay. Maybe this has some kind of a magical interference.
Turns over and she holds the other one. And she's like, now this one, I can tell you what this does. It's all coming through clear as day. I wonder why the other one didn't. Alright. This here is called a Ring of Warmth. If you're wearing this, cold won't affect you. At least not as much. Think you'll be safe for about minus 50 degrees Fahrenheit. I think you'll take a bit less damage from the cold. Quite a useful item, I think. She passes the ring and the amulet back to you.
Okay, well,
I'll tell you what the broom does when Granny gets here.
I turn to the party and I say, since we only took this task because of the special item that I got, I think these will belong to you. And you guys decide who gets to keep them. And I hand them to ZARRIEL and Karen.
I hand whatever he gave to me to Karen.
Karen's just got these items in his hand going, I have no clue what I want to do with these. I don't even want them. He just puts his hands out like, can someone take these?
I have not met that woman you're talking of. But if this broom is what I'm thinking of, and that lady over there might just confirm that, it will cost it will cost her a pretty penny or some other of her knickknacks to get it back if she wants it.
Oh, let's not be rude.
I'm here because of you, not because of her.
True. If nobody's going to actually take this item, I'll take the amulet and put it around my neck and try to slowly learn what it does eventually. Try to attune to it and see if I can understand it.
That's the amulet, isn't it? That's the one that you don't know what it is.
Yeah. And then if I understand what it is, then we can decide on who would best fit.
Okay.
Now, Timus is resistant to something as well.
I don't know what he's
Resistant to
resistant
fire
to at the moment.
Fire.
Okay.
Fire.
Okay.
Does Kenari want
Can
anything?
even wear-
Sort of sitting in the corner.
Oh,
Nope. It's like, I don't care.
she doesn't need anything.
All of us are somewhat
Unless
resistant.
it's a
to
magic
something.
act. That's one I want.
Wait, what?
Unless it's a magic axe, in which case Kenari might be like, mine! And jump on it.
Maybe. But at this point, no, she tries not to rely on, like, magic items or, like, magic in general
Okay.
when
So,
she can avoid it.
Okay, then we will sell the gems to her and the 2 scrimshaw items unless somebody wants to keep them as a memento for actual gold, and they can split that.
Cameron shakes his head like it doesn't matter to him. The ring, I don't know. I think maybe if no one's taking it, because Cameron's hand's still stretched out with that one. It's gonna like. I think Cameron's just gonna like put it in their bag and be like, maybe find someone that will have better use for this. And sort of puts it in the bag as well. So I'll put that in my personal inventory
Yep.
for the moment. Yeah.
All right. So if you're selling the gemstones, it's -1 because she used it for the identified. So it is you get 300 gold for the gems, and she gives you another 150. So 450 gold in total.
Can I do some persuasion to barter for a better price? Barter.
You can try.
Okay, it didn't work.
She looks at you and she goes, "I wasn't born yesterday, my lad. In fact, I wasn't born a couple of hundred yesterdays ago. Thousands even. Oh, I hate being old.
Okay,
I know it's much fun."
He said, well, can't blame me for trying. And then I agree to the, what did you say, 450?
Yeah. Well, no, I can't. She
Okay.
looks at you. She's like, she rummages around in a nickel leg. So just pulls out a big, like, slightly warm bag of gold. From a nickel leg, and she sort of passes it over, and she goes, "Here you go, nice and warm for you."
Okay, 450 divided by the 5 of us is 90 gold apiece.
Nice.
Okay,
You guys can write that in your
90 slightly warm pieces of gold.
Timus's as well.
Okay, I'll let him know in a message.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so it's not okay. After all this exchange that's going on, from the shadows walks a very tall, thin figure with a harsh face and silver hair with piercing blue eyes. Steps forward. She goes, "What's going on? I was dealing with those fools up at the triumvirate." "Oh, it's you lot. Sorry, I just remembered her voice. Oh. Did you manage to fix my problem?"
You can say
yes,
so.
in a way. It turns out your problem is not wolves. It's they're actually much more than that. They're sentient.
Oh.
And I don't know how they came to be.
You mean sentient?
How they came to. That's what. Didn't I say that?
No, I might have said sentient. I don't know. Anyway. Oh, wow.
Not just animals. They're actually. Well, we talked to one called Bolt, and she is quite intelligent, actually. We've actually come to terms of a treaty of sorts.
Oh, yes?
You'd have to work out the terms with the government. That's not something I think we would do. We just do the dirty work, and you guys do the paperwork.
Joy. So I get to go and talk to those numpties again.
Actually, they'll be coming here. We've designated this temple of Altar of Pyrrhus to be a neutral ground. She will be coming at dawn to speak with the ambassador. It could be you, it could be somebody from the government, but they've come to a sort of agreement. They'll, if you give them the territory surrounding their camp and some of the forest to hunt, they will in turn help thin out the dead around the perimeter of the city. I think that'd be very, very advantageous.
Yes, I think we could spin that. I think that the triumvirate might quite like that. We don't have a dedicated scout force in the city, at least not unless it's the Smeek Expeditionary Forces. They're the only ones that can get the eyes in the sky, so to speak. I think that the wolves, working in conjunction with the demons, might do very well indeed. Yes, I think we can work with that. I will meet with Bolt this morning and sort out everything before I take it to those fools up in the forum. I'm not having one of them come down here and try and boss the poor dear around.
Yes, she is very very intelligent and thoughtful. I think you guys will come to an agreement. But I think that's
my one
leave you,
query is this:
actually.
how did they get here?
They actually don't know. They said they were attacked by somebody and woke up in this place, and then that's when they became more intelligent than they were.
That's very worrying.
Yes. They don't know as well, so maybe you can both learn from each other, and you can figure that out in the future.
I think this might require some. I think this might require some further investigation. She looks around. She looks around at you all and says, "Well, you're all in one piece, and that's good." And then she looks at. She sees you, Zariel, and sees the broom, and she just like freezes for a moment. She looks at it. She goes, "That thing." So Nanny's standing at her side with a big, dirty smile on her face. She's just looking at it. And she's like, "I thought you lost it," says me. I thought it went walkabouts in the forest and someone stole it from you.
The wolves got it from somewhere, and they gave it to us. He throws it at her. Does she catch it?
She jumps back and she's like, "Whoa, no. I'm grateful for you returning my property, but you are more than welcome to keep it. It serve you well." She sort of grabs it with her foot and just flings it back up to you.
I catch it. Thank you. I hear those come with a word that activates them.
That's no problem. Nanny here will tell you what you need to know. I better go and speak to the people at the Triumvirate.
I go to her, trying to. He'll try to sweet talk his way into her telling him the word sooner than later.
So, Granny looks over. This is +1 broom of cleaning. Even if it just would be mad. Sell it to Roberts so we can clean up the place quicker. Advantage of sweeping attacks. Okay, so Granny sort of looks over at you, and she looks over at you, William. She says, "Debt is paid, young man. Very well done." She walks over to KENARI, who's standing there, and she looks to you over, and "You've been roughed up a bit, my girl." He will place a hand upon KENARI's brow, and she will heal you for 15 HP.
Whoa.
Yeah, if William sees us, he will say, "You keep on surprising me, Granny."
Well, don't be surprised. Learn from it. And she then sort of reaches into a pouch, hands you, KENARI, it's a charm.
A what?
It's a charm.
Oh.
It's made out of birch twigs and string, and within the center there is a turquoise stone that has been woven into the pattern of the string that sort of holds the sort of circular charm together. Kind of think a bit like a dream catcher, but with like in the center of it there is this turquoise stone bound up in the threads. Passes that to you. She says, "She's that close, my girl. It may be useful somewhere down the line."
KENARI, who hasn't really said anything to this point, is gonna slowly stand up and just like holding it is just like, "Thank you.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Well, I'm sorry we couldn't completely keep to your orders."
You did what you could. And that's all that can be asked of us. We may have gained some valuable allies thanks to you and your friends' interference. Well, hell, same thing. So she turns to you all. She gives you a bow. It's back.
Did I get the word though?
Nanny is coming now.
So
Just
Alright,
tell me
so-
what this word is. Tell me what this word is.
Yes.
So now, this is not any broom of flying. This is Granny's broom of flying.
Works with me.
This is a wooden broom. I'm not going to do the Nanny voice because my throat's hurting. This is a wooden broom, weighs 3 pounds, functions like a broom. But if you stand astride and speak its command word, which is useless,
Useless.
it then hovers 40 feet. It hovers beneath you and be ridden into the air. Has a flying speed of 50 feet. Carry up to 400 pounds. Flying speed becomes 30 feet and carrying over 200 pounds. The broom stops hovering when you land. However, it does have a quirk.
Okay.
Granny's broom is temperamental and requires a bit of effort to get off the ground. It requires about 5 minutes of running and cursing before it will allow itself to be flown. You can send the broom to travel alone to a destination within 1 mile of you if you speak the command word, it. Name the location and are familiar with the place. You must throw the broom like a javelin with enough force for it to actually start. The broom comes back to you when you speak the command word Grebo, provided that the broom is within 1 mile of you.
Can you write those down? I'm not able
I'm going to send you the whole thing, okay? So Granny's. So if you want to fly on this broom, you actually put it between your legs and run around screaming for like 5 minutes.
Like a
Get off the
5-year-old
ground.
child who just saw Kiki's delivery service.
Pretty much, yeah. So I'm sorry, it's not the ultimate broom of flying, but this is
It
Granny's
does
broom
not
of
need
flying.
to be.
There's a reason she doesn't want it anymore.
So for the thing that she gave Kenari, it's just like a charm? Is it like plus?
It's just a charm.
Oh, it's just okay, just there for like effect.
I mean,
Got it.
there doesn't seem to be anything. I mean, at first glance, because you haven't examined it properly, but there doesn't seem to be anything too magical about it.
Got it.
Cool. I have a question.
She'll put it over her head. She'll try to like it's a really weird thing to watch. She'll like loop it over one horn, circle it around her muzzle, and basically like choke herself a little bit to get it around her other horn. But it goes on, and she like shakes it down and then looks at it.
Sorry, what was the last one? Well, who said? Was that Zariel? Yeah.
I wanted to ask Granny as she was telling me this. Zarriel just goes white and then he regains his composure. If
It's Nanny. Nanny's looking at you with a dirty smile on her face. She's like,
if I started and I get off the ground and then touch the ground again, I land somewhere. Would it continue flying if I don't get off it, or?
Oh, you don't want to do that. Believe me, with Granny's broom, it's best to keep a firm hand on it at all times.
He hits his head with the broom.
You bring it back to you with the command word, at least. Just be careful and make sure you're ready to catch.
I will go 200 feet off somewhere in the forest and try to start the broom.
Alright, so you all hear just like the running of feet back and forth around the forest. Someone shouting the word useless over and over again. And slowly more curse words come into play. As Zariel is now yelling invective at this broom. Which it like thrums like a really bad motorcycle. You know, it's like, but it's not actually taking off. So about 5 minutes of this, Zariel, you're sweating. You're sweating. You're frustrated, and suddenly, finally, your feet come off the ground. You flutter into the air.
Okay. I will make a few circles and just hover 20 feet above them, just with a gleeful expression on his face.
It's amazing.
Right.
You're sort of standing there, you're sort of floating there 20 feet up. Every now and then, it's kind of a bit like Harry Potter in the first movie, where you're stuck on the broom, it's just jerking you back and forth a little bit. But you're able to stay on. Requires a firm hand. Yes, you have Granny's broom of flying.
Yay. So I'm assuming that the rest of us went back to the Wayfarers Guild.
Oh, you didn't stick around to listen to Zariel's shame. Okay.
No, probably not.
Fine.
I did, I think, yeah.
I'll just say to Granny and Nanny, well, if you guys can handle it from here, our thanks for hiring people from the Wayfarers Guild. If you need anything, we'll be there. And I head off.
All right. I'm going to have a few more
KENARI.
drinks before I turn in.
I kind of put my hand on my chest and kind of bow to her and then leave.
Such a polite lad. We'd have had you if I were 20 years younger.
You don't know what I look like under here.
I'm not fussy.
Laughs as
Politeness trumps looks any day.
Well, that's good for me then. As he walks off.
I'm still not too old. He sort of yells after you. You know where I live, young man. Always come by for a cup of tea.
Okay.
So
he's not turning around. He's continuing.
KENARI makes her way after waving her tail towards Granny and nodding her head a little bit. She makes her way back to the Wayfarers Guild. I don't know if anybody's coming with her or following her or trying to talk, but you can try, but you might not get a response.
I think Carolyn is probably going to be the last one in the group walking, and once everyone's out of sight, probably near enough to the Wayfarers. I mean, I'd probably say depending on where we're walking or how, probably around here. Can I make a perception check to see if anyone's around me at that time?
You don't need to make a perception check, really. I mean, as I told you, the streets are very illuminated, even at night. Really, it's quite empty, as I said, but besides some members of the Steam Guard and a few members of the Order of Blightsbane walking around.
Yeah, definitely want to make a perception check.
Okay, then.
So, okay. All right.
There's one or two people around. Yeah.
Okay. So once they sort of go away, Carolyn sort of looks in under the illumination of one of the lamps, looking at one of the sort of shop windows in that area, goes into the bag and puts on the hat and starts looking at themselves, making poses. And if anyone could see their eyes would be of glow of happiness, going, oh, I have my own hat. I have my own hat. I look so good rather than just being bald. Oh, wow. And then suddenly sort of tries to snap out of it, and then sort of again looking around quickly, just sort of takes the hat off, puts it back in the bag, and makes way to the Wayfarers Guild.
As you sort of come out of the alley, looking into that sort of area, there is a single member of the Steam Guard there. He's got a sort of a cigarette hanging in his mouth. He's just looking at you, it's hanging like a dog end out of one mouth. He's just forgetting about tapping it. He's just been watching you try it on. He's
I'm assuming I didn't
evening.
know that they were there.
Yes. Well, you knew people were around. You still did it anyway.
No. I said once they'd left.
All right, well,
but if I missed that person in the alley, but in that alleyway, I could have missed someone.
All right.
Sure.
So that doesn't happen then. Basically, if you waited till you said you waited till they left, so you managed to get away with trying your hat on without anybody seeing you or you feeling any shame for it.
Yes.
That's
For the
adorable.
first time ever.
First time.
That is Adorable.
and then ends
I
up
love
getting
it.
to the Wayfarer.
We'll have to do like a load of avatar heads
Oh,
for Charon with just
gosh.
different hats. It's just like as the adventure goes on, we can just like, and then there's the first time you come across a pirate just fixated on this hat that the
Pretty
captain's
much.
wearing. It's like, oh, have you, my precious.
Yeah.
And anyway, so I'm thinking kind of like the captain from Stardust.
Yeah.
You know?
Heck yeah! He is so cool.
Okay,
I
instead
love
of-
him so much.
I love him too. Instead of the feather boa, though, it's the hat.
Yes.
Charon. All right. So, as you return to the Wayfarers Guild, I will quickly just put us in the Wayfarers Guild. Sorry, Dara. Yes,
I wanted to try to do something before I go back.
that's
Because-
fine. I've changed the map, but since we're not on a map at the moment, that's okay. So, what do you want to do?
I wanted to, with now my superior mobility at least out when I don't touch the ground, try to find a jewelry store.
Everything's closed. It's 2 a.m.
I know that, I just want to find it.
Okay, so you doing a sort of a little loop around the city. You see a number of the guards looking up at you. You sort of flash your Wayfarer's badge as you go past, so they don't bother you. Sort of give you a nod and look a bit strange. They're not quite people flying around on broomsticks. But they see you. They probably recognize Granny's broomstick, and they're like, "Oh, poor fellow." It's uttering along. Yes, so the Wayfarers, if you're looking for a store, is a store. The store is, give me 1 second.
No worries.
I do have a jeweler's store. It's going to switch between locations. I nearly deleted everything just a second ago. That's all. Don't delete anything. Please don't delete anything. Yeah, so you find there's a shop with a sign outside it called Bogrin's Fine Gems.
Repeat it, please. I didn't catch it.
Also,
Gems?
you know what? I'm going to type it into the thing so we can. It's
Thank you very
called
much.
Bogrin's Fine Gems. It's in the eastern part of the city. Not too far away from the herbalists. And you can see that it's locked up tight. There's a small glow, maybe coming from the far back of the room. If you peer in through the window, but really it's shut up for the night.
I'll follow the rest inside. And go back with the rest after that.
Hey,
We'll make a mental note to go back.
all right, brilliant. So, Kaori is as you get in, sort of you can see Kaori is asleep on the bar, little sort of patch of drool, staining the top of the thing, a jug in one hand, just by her side.
She was dead.
Melamon is passed out, if I remember correctly, because he was in the fight with the barbarians, and he was in the arm wrestling contest and ended up getting drunk. Daisy is asleep.
Kenari would have went right through and out back and essentially kind of not like scoop this goat, but like settled down next to the goat and leaned against the tree and just casually petting the goat as she falls asleep. Very much like I don't know if you've ever seen So Dear to My Heart, where the boy goes to falls asleep with his lamb. Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Oh, Kenari, such soft side we're seeing today. I love it.
It's great because backstory reason. Very.
Yeah, we still need to figure out why Kenari doesn't sleep in inns.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
Yes, you all see Kenari go outside. He's asleep.
He almost died.
All right, your room is still available to you from before if you want to sleep in there.
William will go to his bed to say his nightly prayer, and he wants to try to figure out what this amulet does eventually. So he's just going to spend a couple minutes fiddling with it, seeing what it does.
It'll take about 45 minutes if you want to sort of really figure it.
No, we could. I could just do it later, but
Okay.
I just want to be fiddling with it.
All right, so you're sort of playing with the amulet.
It is it is quite late, so I probably would just pass out.
I think before everyone goes to bed, Karen would just like to say, everyone, I'm heading back to Gateway. I'll be here before we have to do things. And he sort of like makes the long way. You'll never know whether or not he puts the hat back on the journey back towards Gateway. No, it just makes
It's Schrodinger's
way.
bonnet.
maybe. Oh. But yeah, so
As long as the bonnet is in Charon's possession, it is and is not being worn. As long as we can't see it. Okay, and Timus is just gonna like ooze into a small puddle, and like gonna end up in bed as well.
I love the 8-bit
Zariel?
slime sounds.
That's what slimes sound like when they move. This has been established by many anime. Can't do the whole sound. Yeah, that's the better one. Zariel, are you staying up?
No, he's going to get off the broom. Cursing himself this time because he knows if he wants to use it, he'll try to repeat the whole thing again.
Yeah, you got an old jalopy of a broom now.
He'll go to sleep. And
Okay.
yeah.
All right. So as you drift off into dreamland, your sleep is not interrupted, but is invaded by a few some strange images. Wolves will run through your mind through a misty forest.
All of us, or just
Shrouded-
who specifically?
all of you. All of you. Shrouded figure with blazing red eyes tries to envelop the wolves, but they manage to escape clutches. A mist-wreathed portal and an empty forest clearing. And
This is it.
a mist-wreathed portal and a empty forest clearing. The last image that you see in your mind before the echoing howl of wolves rings within your ear. And wake up. It turns out to be not the howl of wolves, but Robert banging pots and pans. Kitchen.
I
Similar to those towns.
Hold on.
may I, as everybody's going to do what I was going to do, can he just go to the jewelry store? I want to buy something.
In a moment, just quickly,
yeah.
just for William. I know you sort of spent a little bit looking at it. I'm going to sort of treat it as a short rest, long rest, looking at it. You spent some time looking at it. You probably spent some time contemplating before you went to sleep. When you woke up, maybe you were fiddling with it, playing with it, sort of getting used to its weight around your neck. It's okay. So this is an amulet, and this is one of your attuned items now. So if you want to add that as one of your attuned slots,
Okay.
this is an amulet of, where is it? I've written it down. Come on, Zelda. Here we go. I had to write all these out. Here we go. This is an amulet of proof against detection and location. When you are wearing this amulet, you are hidden from different magic of all types. Cannot be targeted by such magic, either through magical scrying senses.
Never take it off.
Okay. Well, I'm not hiding from anybody.
Which
Maybe
probably
if somebody's
tells
hiding from
you
me in the
why
future,
identify
okay.
didn't work.
Yep, that makes sense. Yes, it does. I don't know if any of the other backstories have some, like, are they hiding from somebody, but I'm definitely not hiding, so.
Yeah, useful in combat though. Someone's like throwing spells out or something.
It does mean like some things like guidance and stuff won't work on him. Because divination doesn't. I mean, even positive stuff won't work on you.
Ah, that's true.
So no divination magic will work on you while you're wearing it.
What?
But you know, if you want to get through a place that's littered with magical sensors, you can just walk through it.
That is good. That makes sense. All right, it's a good thing to keep in the future. All right, I'll write it down.
Sorry, DM. I was just thinking like, oh my god, I might change my character now. I'm not, but I'm just like, I could change my character and bring in an old favourite rogue.
Oh god, not her.
Oh, we're lacking one, so you can.
Nah,
Do you really want to lose your cleric that can stop you guys from dying from 30 feet away?
No.
no.
Please.
No, I'm only kidding.
Please stay.
If that,
I'm gonna politely ask that you stay. Please.
Okay, alright, so before we do anything else, you want to go to the jewelry store. So you're sort of slipping out early, going down to the jewelry store to be ready for when it opens. Alright, so it's probably about 9 a.m. when the shop starts to open, 9 in the morning. So you've had a few hours sleep. Well, you've had a long rest, so you're probably up about 10. So you get out and down. There's about 10. It's already open, and we're looking at Bogrin's gem.
I am gonna take a quick little mini break for me, so I'm just gonna.
We're actually going to be finishing the stream really soon.
Oh, we didn't even take a break today.
I know. Sorry,
I
it's going to be
just
3
realised
a.m.
that.
for us. I just realised that because it's only 3 a.m. for us, so I'm probably going to be finishing quite soon. So as you sort of enter into the gem shop, ZARRIEL, there is a young female goblin manning the front desk. She sort of looks over at you, looks you up and down, and she says, How can I help you?
I'll need diamonds.
Diamonds? Yeah, we have some diamonds, yes. What exactly are you looking for, diamond-wise? Are you looking to propose?
No, I'm a wayfarer. That would be the dream come true, but no. I'm here for components. I need
Magic user, are you?
Yes. Flash, that small flame. I need a specific amount, and I give the amount that would be equal to 300 gold worth of diamonds.
So you want 2 diamonds each worth 150 gold each?
That or a big diamond or a few small diamonds.
Okay, but is there a value attached to each of the diamonds? Just so I know what you get. I mean, what's the minimum value you need?
Each one, the bigger the better, they would work for more things.
Okay, so she looks at you and she says, well, I can give you 2 smaller diamonds, or we've got one with a better cut. I can give you 1 for that amount if you want.
The better cut does make magic flow through it more easily, that's why it is more expensive as well. How
Alright,
much for each?
Well, if you're looking for a decent cut of diamond, how much you got? 300?
I have a little more, but 300 is what I'm looking for.
Well, if you want a really fancy one, it's a lot more money than that for a diamond. But,
A few small ones also will work.
okay, well, I can. Yeah, we can definitely. We can probably give you we've got some sort of cut diamonds, about 100 gold each. Or I've got one which is been cut. It's meant to be cut for a ring, but the lad didn't come to get it. So that would be for about 300 gold. I could let it go.
I would prefer the bigger one, given the one that is solid.
It's not bigger. It's just like, you know what I mean. It's just like more beautifully and carefully cut than the others. Okay.
I wish to inspect it to see if she's holding up.
She's holding it up.
To inspect it if the diamond is holding up to inspection. That's fine.
Yes, of course. Yeah. Go ahead if you want to use it or something like that. You can.
With what modifiers I asked in the start of the session? Oh no, that's with dexterity.
Okay, so look it over. I mean, it looks to be sound. It doesn't seem like she's trying to cheat you in any way. Quality seems, I mean, from what you can tell, the quality seems good. It's relatively clear. You can't see lots of microfractures. Seems to be a relatively reasonable quality of diamond.
But is it worth the 300 gold?
Yeah, probably about 300, maybe even slightly more.
I would buy it and put the 300 gold on the counter.
Pleasure doing business with you, she says in Elvish.
I don't understand Elvish.
All you hear is Elvish. She switches. She looks at you like cocks her head. She switches to Draconic.
I talk back in Celestial. I'm sorry. Languages weren't my best.
She replies in Celestial to you. Oh, Celestial, I hardly ever get to speak this tongue.
Me neither. I take my diamond and I try to get out with as little conversation as I can get.
Feel free to come back and talk to me anytime.
Thanks. I'm up.
So, what was that for?
She leans back and she pulls up the book she was reading. 1,000 Ways to Get a Partner to Love You.
Oh, that's so cute.
I was waiting for it to be smut.
So
Too bad.
she licks a finger. And then the next page goes bright scarlet and turns to the next page very quickly. That's difficult. Green skin and, bright scarlet with green skin is difficult. All right. So, guys, I think what we'll do is we'll end our session here today. But before we move on to the definite beginning of Strahd in the next session, we actually go and deal with Strahd. But before I do that, because you've been such wonderful sports, each take 100 experience your character.
100.
Yes.
Okay.
Realize that's gonna make us level 3, right?
Oh, I know.
Right?
Yep.
All right. Right on.
Finally.
Spiritual
Thank you.
weapon.
Yes, for me too. We're going to beat them with spiritual maces.
Yeah,
All of us.
I have to figure out what my weapons are actually going to be. I don't know what it's going to be yet. I've been
So we're
thinking
at
about it.
925 now.
Yep.
XP.
Yep, that's what I'm at.
Yeah. Don't forget, if you need to have a specialized token for your spiritual weapon, either get yourself, or KENARI to draw it. Probably KENARI, she's the best. Luea, sorry, is the best at drawing. But if you do want a specialized token, don't forget to send it to me, because I'd like to, if I'm going to use it. Because otherwise I have to randomly, I remember last time we were doing it, someone was like, it looks like a giant mailed fist. And I was like, oh, dang it. I had to go search for a giant mailed fist online.
How many XP in total we have? 925, correct?
Yeah, 925. That's what
925.
Yeah.
So you are now level 3s. Congratulations!
You are?
Level up.
Let's see if I
A
can.
really good thing to happen.
The
Yeah.
first major milestone.
Oh, I'm happy because I get to use level 2 and level 3 spells now. I've been stuck on level 1 because of being a
So
brave.
now
cleric.
at least you have something to do for the rest of the 10 minutes before it's 3 o'clock. Which is to...
I don't think I get anything at level 3.
You get that
You do.
subclass. You know that.
You get your subclass now, so you can get an
Yeah.
animal companion, or you can be a hunter, or you can be an...
Animal companion it at level 3?
You can, or you can do the thing that I did in your one shot, which is
If you
basically
choose a subclass.
yeah.
Yeah, you choose a subclass now.
Yeah.
You can have Daisy as your companion.
Daisy can be your animal companion.
Oh my.
Don't tempt me.
So
Okay, so do you want us to roll HP now or later?
If you want to roll HP, you can do it now before we go. Yep.
I don't know how to do that.
Shield of Fate is out. Oh my,
You
use the
roll
spell.
your hit die and your con modifier.
Or you can take the average.
Hit die. So D6.
Okay, I gain
You're
10 points.
D8. You're a you'd roll 1d8, wouldn't you? Because you're a ranger.
Okay, so 1d8 and a con modifier,
Okay.
which is +3. No, that's straight. Okay, +1. So
DM?
Well, what's your average then? 1d8 would be 4
6.
plus
It's 6.
6.
No, it's 1d10 for rangers.
Is it 1d10 for rangers? Please reroll
Yeah.
it then.
Oh, 1d10.
6 is the average for rangers, fighters, paladins, and
Alright, so 6 plus your con modifier, so it's 7.
Yep.
Okay, so 7 HP extra. Will did really well there, 1d8 plus 3, so he's got 10 extra.
I'm at 25.
Yep.
Hmm.
That's 32. I'm actually a pretty beefy cleric.
How about you, ZARRIEL? Are you rolling? Oh, Charon's getting
I'm not rolling
6.
because I may go under, and 4 out of 6 is pretty solid.
Okay, so you're taking the 4 plus your con modifier.
Yeah, and I'm twinning and quickening spells next time, breaking the action economy in more ways than 3.
Okay,
Alright.
and but you've already written you've already written D8 plus 2, darling.
Oh, has it already done it for me? Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't realise that it added it in. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So just 6. Nice. I'll take that. So,
Okie dokie.
can we? Do you want me to go to the end screen?
Yeah, so we're going to go to the end screen now, guys. Thank you so much. It's been wonderful. We finished Granny's Furry Little Problem quest, and our characters have all reached level 3. And even people who weren't here will probably be quite excited about that when they find out. And we are ready to actually step into the world of Strahd after this
amazing.
session.
Nice. Can't wait.
So thanks again to our Patreons, and thanks again to our Twitch subscribers. Sorry, was that? Sorry, I'm talking over people.
Sorry, I thought we were done. Continue.
Yeah, so I would just say thank you to our Patreon and to our Twitch subscribers. That's again, so Twitch subs is Plutonium OD, who's been with us for 3 months now. It's just Bob, who's been with us for 2. Sonic Boom 111 and Kate374. So that's Casey. Thank you so much for your Twitch subscriptions. It really means a lot to us. It really does.
Yeah, actually, I learned something. If you have Amazon Prime, you get a free Twitch subscription, so
Yeah.
you know where my vote is if you guys have Amazon Prime. Send it over this way.
Oh, well, thanks. That means a lot, man. Thank you very much. Really. Jeez. I'm not used to having anybody who subscribes to us at all, so I'm just I'm getting a bit teary-eyed here. And thanks again to our Patreon supporters. That's Base of Operations, Plutonium OD, it's Gavin, and Kellen, or Kevin, who one of our players who can't be with us at the moment, and to Luea. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And anyway, I've had a real good time today, guys. I hope you did. I can now stop doing Granny Weatherwax's voice, which is going to be Granny Atmos's voice. Didn't hear that? That was copyright infringement. I haven't brushed my voice now, so we're going to go to the end stream now. We're going to say goodbye to everyone, and thanks for coming in to see you next week.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Later on.
Okay.